something like that in chat. And the next link after that is the link I will do a review of. I think that's the best, easiest way. You should just be holding bomb here, because if you die, you don't want to give your 1v1s, especially when you are at the point where you are now. You don't want to give away 1v1s, you just want to control the bomb. Of course the time was low, but yeah, in general, you just want to control the bomb. So you're buying an M4. This means that if you play B, you want to play at a position where you don't... you can fall back. You don't want to give away an M4. It's the biggest gun on the server right now. If you give this away, that means the terrorists will have the best gun. They can win. So you're pushing, and you're pushing while reloading. So you just gave away the best gun to the enemy. So you should be losing this round if every player was the same skill and had consistency, right? Just be aware of what you're buying. What's up, Dada? Let's say general positioning. You're out in the open for no reason. Like, this is fine, but the way you got here doesn't seem like it's the greatest elo that we're looking at. Looking at your enemies. But this is fine. Playing cover and just covering bomb. This is fine. You don't need to hold these angles. You can let them run out and get the bomb. The only reason you want to hold this angle is because you're frag hungry. It's a lot better if you let him walk out the door. Let your number 3 teammate, when he starts shooting, that means that the terrorist has to be outside of the door. So if you peek him, you can fight him together, right? So the only reason to do this is if you're frag hungry. But your shots is fine, but just in general. Just being better at utilizing your teammate. Just save at this point, yeah. I'm just gonna look through fast and see what I find. Just give some comments as I'm looking at them. Really scary. So, when you buy the biggest gun, again, you have the biggest gun on the server. Well, you have 4 of them on your team, but the point is that it's supposed to be a surprise as well. So the first one peaks, and then you get a free kill. But when you start pre-firing smokes and walls, it's not really a surprise that you have the gun, or a surprise where you are. So nobody should ever be peeking you, right? Because they know you have an op, and it's very hard to contest an op, especially at the higher levels. So you're just gonna get mollied out, which is what happened, and you're basically giving away the possibility of getting a free kill. What's up, Bash? Yeah, sure. I can review it, Best. I'll do it fast though. If you want like a deeper review, we have to talk about that. But I just want to get through as many as I can. Now you're just going very aggressive. So this basically feels like a Smurf game when you push like that, but well, because this is, you should be punished for this. But your teammates are losing B. So what's very smart when you are losing the site that you're not on, you have to keep rotating, is to go aggressive. So I'd say it's the mid tier for you when it comes to matchmaking levels. I don't know, but definitely know somewhat what you're doing compared. Yeah, I'll let you know after this demo. So you're leading 7-2 and you're starting to be very frag hungry. And this is the scary thing. Because it's just a lot of running around with not a lot of what's up, son? Bombs on site. I don't know why you're going the other way. This is good. Good rotation. Good of your teammates staying alive. But I'd say your biggest issue so far is the general understanding of what your job is. What's up, Smiley? So, as an opper on A, what's your job? What are you supposed to do? Right? Are you supposed to get a pick? Are you supposed to play safe? Are you supposed to use utility early? Are you supposed to use utility late? Why? Like, these are things that you're struggling with. Let's just look at T side fast. Pistol last round was not that great for you, but see. So when you go door like this, you don't want to exit door unless there's a smoke for highway. You just want to open it and then you just want to stay alive. You don't want to push yet. Wait for one more and push. Okay, that's fine. Entering on with them on the site. So you know the basics. Fighting this is not that smart. Getting map control, playing after plant, it's fine. But then you push back out on site, right? That's where your biggest issue are at this point. And you're just fighting this. Not necessary. You survived another day at the dentist. And you're just holding for the push, which is fine. And then you're pushing mid with the auto shotgun. So you're versus pistols, which means most likely deagles. They could have pushed close, so it's not the worst idea, other than this player you have on your screen here. But I would probably just wait for information, because what you did now is that there was a smoke down, you had zero information, and you just pushed. So preferably, especially against an eco, you want to let the smoke go out, and then you want to get information, and then you want to react dependent on that information, right? Like, is there anyone white box? Is there anyone peeking mid? Is there any utility being used? Is anyone close? Maybe boost the guy so you can get 2 angles entering mid, right? You want information, and then you want to play off that information, not have zero information and just do something. Okay? You should die here. Or not. Doesn't matter. Right? Like, this is completely different. Now you waited for the smoke. You have sound cues if they push close, if they run close. You have a guy on white box that killed 2, so you know there's a scout there. There's a 5 versus 3, you have to make a play. So you're gonna go out and try and get frags, right? And then he just destroys you too. But your thinking is correct. If you had a reason for what you were doing, of course. But it seems like this game is over. Just waiting for you to get economy so you can just pick out the CTs. And you're just baiting your teammates. It's fine, because you're holding... You should have been holding for your teammates. And yeah. Let's see how it looks in normal speed here. Because I have a feeling that you are your brain is kind of melting in the 15-14, so you're not concentrated. You don't care. You're already decided that you're gonna win, right? And that kind of mindset is really, really scary. So your movement seems undecisive here. Just feels like you don't... Oh, they're actually winning the 2v4. But yeah, positioning, understanding what is your job on a site. And on T side, there was very, very little things to see. Because it didn't really... You thought you were already gonna win, you didn't play properly, you just did random shit. Okay? So first link I'll review. First one to link. That is Epic. People still use that? Alright. But yeah. General understanding of your job and where your teammates are at. That's what I would say. Felt like the review took a little bit longer than expected, but fine. Prepare for laughter. So, what's your name? What is your name, my friend? You're new to the game? Alright, that's perfect. Your name is A? Oh, okay. Alright, so you're new to the game. So in general, for pistol round, just follow your teammates. You want to look forwards so you don't block your teammates and you actually know where you're going. Like, the importance of, in the beginning, the important is to try and concentrate and understand what's going on. And get a lot of time in so you get used to shooting. Do deathmatch because then you get used to listening for bullets and such. So your main focus is the objective, which is planting the bomb and defending the bomb. That's what's important. You don't need to die anywhere but where you're going to plant the bomb, okay? So you want to, if you're gonna plant A, you want to die on A. You don't want to die in mid. You don't want to die in B apps. You don't want to die in CT spawn. You want to die on A. That's like the greatest beginner advice I can give you, so you can understand how to play the objective, and then you can branch out from there. But stay around bomb, right? Get the bomb down. That's what's important. And this is just a thank you so much for the follow, guys. BitMike, Access TV, and Bash followed before the stream, and then Mystic followed just as we are speaking. But yeah. So you're playing op third round, jumping out mid. It doesn't really matter in the beginning. What you need to work on at first is that you can kill people. When you know where someone is, you need to be able to be confident that you can get the kill. Okay, that is the main focus. And keep your gun out. Try not take your knife out too much. Try not to QQ too much. What level is this demo? He said he just had 200 hours. It's not important, Sin, really, in the beginning. That is too advanced, Sin. So you have bomb alone here, so you need to remember that objective. So if you lose bomb here, right, that means that you die where the bomb is. That we talked about this earlier. That's what you're supposed to do, right? You need to try and die around the objective, but your teammates, if you die alone with bomb, you're not going to be able to let your teammates die around the objective, right? Your point is not dying, but I hope you understand what I mean. So in the beginning, it seems like you know the basics. You understood that you shouldn't go B alone with the bomb. You understood you need to get the bomb down. I got a host. Thank you, freelancer. What's up, brother man? Thank you for the 1 viewer host. So what you need to do next is understand utility, understand smoke. Like, what is the smoke useful for? Like, why are we smoking CT in Mirage? Why are we smoking stairs? So I would say that is your main concern on CT, is when you know where there's someone, that you get the frag. Yeah, 1 HP, I'm not interested. Right? So you need to be able to get the frag consistently. You need to understand utility. And you understand, you're even lurking here, and you're lurking quite fine, even with the bomb. Your job here is that you need to stay alive. What's up, Nep? And this is the issue now. That you died, which means that you lost the site. It means that your teammates will have to fight themselves back on the site, and there's no real way of doing it. So that's the scary part about planting by yourself. So you lost this round, or should lose this round. You never know in a pug, but you should have lost it. If the CTs place properly and cover them each other, you should lose it. What's up, Gazi? Thanks a lot for the follow. But T sides are really tough in a pug when you are a newer player, because it's hard to understand the risk versus reward and understand what's worth dying for, because that's basically what it comes down to. You try to do the same again, and basically you are the objective when you have the bomb, and you want to let your teammates be able to die on the objective. So when they are B and you're planting A, they're not going to have that possibility. That's probably the best advice I can give you. Let's just go over on CT side. So one thing I see immediately, obviously there's nobody mid, but everyone can see that. If you rewatch your own demo, you can see that. So I'm not even gonna bother mentioning it or talking about it much. So, but when you see nobody's in middle and they're doing an A execute, it's very normal for someone to push mid as well as go under. They need to be worried about connector. Yeah, you have a guy short, but he could have died. He could have not rotated. You don't know. So you want to be able to fight this where you are now while you are covered from connector. So you just need to be aware of what you're open for while you're fighting. Basically your positioning and when you fight. But you fall back fine here. It's okay. So your understanding of losing the site, it's there, and that's good. Nico, don't care. As you can see, being able to hit people is really important. That was just a train wreck of a round, to be honest. Pre-aim, obviously off. Now you're not peeking mid. You have an op and you have no control, and you're losing connector. Yeah, you lost this round. So, you have an op, and you're not even gonna peek mid. What's important is that you need information. You don't have to peek and peek to die. right? You don't need to peek and stay there. Just jiggle peeking for information is enough. At least something. You can't just sit and wait and give up mid and give no information or have any information. Because when you sit mid with an op, your teammates expect something from you. Same as the previous person I reviewed, is that you need to understand what is your job. What are you supposed to do with an op in middle? Is your job to sit and wait and not do anything? No, it's not. Your job is information and staying alive and being able to make sure your teammates don't get flanked and just die for no reason. I'm peeking with a nade. Over. So when you use a Nova and you're ecoing, what you need to do is you need to go aggressive, and that's what you did. You did that. So you did your job, except that you peeked palace with a grenade instead of your weapon out. And like, you want to be able to shoot back, right? And you're close quarters with a USPS, and you have a shotgun. Like, what again? What is your job? You're up short. You have a shotgun. What's your job? If you're gonna hold short, then hold short. Don't, like, it's just seems a little bit confusing. Seems like you're not really sure what you're supposed to be doing. Going to stairs with low map control on A. Again, what is it? It's the whole thing about your job, right? Oh, I quit the game. I was gonna disconnect. So that's kind of the main issue for you two, is on CT side your job. That's what you need to understand, and then on T side it's your understanding of the objective. Don't just run off solo with a bomb. All right. I'm just gonna do this quick one for Deadeye, which is a subscriber. Oh no. So just jump spotting is fine. So the important part is, when are you gonna rotate? You probably already see that the bomb is on site, so you're probably already been late. You hear it? You heard him. Nice. Alright, round's over. So when you jump on B, look at your radar. You don't need to look on your where you jumped. Like, you look. Let me see it. You look there, and then you look at radar. You look at radar. You look at the screen. Radar, 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 radar. Look at your screen. Then you look at radar. Look at your screen as you're about to peek. Right? Then you have to fall back. You got tagged by the scout, and that's what you're doing. You're just saving. So Deadeye's job here is to get information, which is doing. Staying alive, which is doing. Keeping up aggression, which is doing. And buying time for his teammates to do whatever they need to be doing. Like, his job is to hold B, to get information on B, and that's what he's doing. If his teammates are dying all over the map, that's not something he can do anything about, right? He's just gonna play B. He's just jumping, using a Molotov to slow them down. He saw that there was an op or a scout, so he's just smoking off. So you see the difference between last round and this round. Is that this round, he didn't fight. He fought the deagle, but he's not fighting the scout or the op or whatever weapon it is. He's just using utility, slowing them down, and looking at radar. So this is great. No, but you have a radar. Especially in this round here. That's a useless Molotov. Maybe it's fine if you want to push like you did. You lost A. Your teammate is short, is interesting decision making. That's good though. Oh, the 3K. Ooh, Deadeye. Deadeye with the quick ace. Look at that. Jeez. But yeah, falling back after kill. Good stuff on CT side. Actually looks good. I'm impressed that compared to the other demos. A little bit too aggressive with the op. You shouldn't die with the op. Lucky shots. Through that net. Through that. It's Deadeye we're talking about. Seems a lot better than the games that we've been playing lately. You little troll. And you should push T-spawn here. You should have been pushing T-spawn. Holding mid. So he can't go B. You lowered your sense. Well, look at that. You listened to. You and Sin lowered your sense and is seen improvements. They're just keeping information. So it seems like you know what you're doing on CT side this game. So let's just skip it. We got a lot of people to go through, guys. C side. Again, he's just following the objective, which is the bomb, right? Get the bomb down. Bomb's planted, and now he's peeking, which he shouldn't be doing. But he's over peeking here too much. Not over peeking, but he's just peeking too much. CTs are missing a lot of shots, but yeah. His whole team peeked and died. Is there a way to tell DPI with no mouse software? Just mouse speed settings? Not that I know of. But the best way is to see how much you can, like, how big is your mouse pad and how far do you turn in game from all the way left to all the way right. Right. I can show you later how much I turn. It's not a lot. Just fishing for a kill here. Yeah, eco. Boring. Next. Free aim is okay. Got the bomb down, but yeah. I feel like you're not staying close enough to your teammates. So the issue here is that Deadeye has everything on. He's doing everything right, but his teammates are just dying. And this is the biggest issue that people have, is that they feel good as players, they blame their team because their team is just dying. So what Deadeye needs to do here is he needs to swap his game style. He needs to stop his mindset, change his thinking, change his mindset. So he needs to follow his team. So they have an impact player that can do something on the teammate's death and information. Right? So I don't know if that's what Deadeye is doing here, because now he's suddenly with his teammates. So he wants to follow this op out. He should let it op peek and get information. And if he dies from CT, he can cross, right? But it's important that he can use his teammates that way. Yes, it's called baiting, but as long as you play together, it's fine. Same here. Now he's just pushing with his teammates. So you see, instead of his whole team dying to one player like they did previous round, he followed his teammates out. He got the first pick on site, and now they were 4 people pushing onto the site instead of him being in Palace with his whole team dead. Right. He noticed that this guy had an op, so he's just gonna over peek and just catch him out in the open. Luckily, the op shoots and misses, probably shoots for his teammate, and now he's playing after plan. Good stuff. Actually good stuff that I didn't expect this from you. Bait them. Well, first you have to try and let them do their own thing, right? And if nothing works, then you just have to be that impact. If you are that kind of player, right? It's about knowing your strengths and weaknesses. You see, again, this guy pushing gets a kill and Deadeye trades it. So now Deadeye played too passive, so his whole team is dead again. He wasn't with his teammates and they just died, and that's a mistake by him because that's the only thing he can do something about, right? You can cry as much about bad teammates as you want, but that's not going to do anything. You're not going to win more games because you cry about your teammates. You're going to win more games if you change up your playstyle and actually use your teammates for. How many hours should I expect to grind to be mid-level comp level? I don't know what you mean. You mean matchmaking? You mean DMG? You have effective practice is what's important. So just playing matchmaking is not effective because you have, in a round, you have 10 seconds of gunfights and 2 minutes of downtime where you just stare at a wall with the smoke in your hand. Like, it's not effective. In general, there's nothing in general. A level in CS is all individual. What is a good player, right? You only play good dependent on the skill level that you're in. Yeah, so it's about what you mean of mid-range. Here, Deadeye is taking out a Molotov while his teammate is fighting. So this is a very very important part that I want to explain to you guys. So the right thing here is what Deadeye is doing, is Molotoving under. We can all agree that is a very smart thing to do. But number one, his teammates have died very frequently, a lot, right? And I'm sorry, I'm just reading chat. So what's important here is that his teammate was fighting from Palace. So what Deadeye needs to do is he needs to have his gun out. He can't afford having a Molotov, because if his teammates die with bomb dropping on site, it doesn't matter how clear under is. What's important is that his teammate stays alive, or that Deadeye can get 2 kills off this person's death, and that his teammates that is coming from ramp and coming from connector, that that they can come on site and help you, because you can't win by coming out of Palace by yourself consistently. It's consistency that we're talking about, not if this works or not. I don't care if this works or not. That's not important. Consistency is important. But luckily, his teammate fell back and let Deadeye die for 0 reason. Connector guy had 0 impact, and the ramp guy's just hiding. So what Deadeye did wrong here is that he pushed early. Yeah, I'm not playing matchmaking much. And if I play, I don't play to get global. I've been global for 5 years now. Or something. I don't know. Have the game been out for 5 years? Doesn't matter. But, so Deadeye's mistake was that he went for the trade, he got the trade, and then he stayed out in Palace. He should have kind of fell back. If I want to improve solo queue, should I just grind it, or will face it help? What? If you want to improve, you need to practice. Solo queue, face it, matchmaking, scrims, whatever you want to call it, is not practicing. That is playing. And you don't practice by playing. You will get good in... It's gonna take you 10, 20 times as long to get good by just playing matchmaking compared to actual practice. What is practicing other than aim train? Practice your understanding of the game. What is a overpeak? What is map control? What is game sense? How can you use utility effectively? What is utility used for? How can you use it? What is a crossfire? How do you set up a crossfire? If you don't know these things, these are things you can find out and understand, and you can implement them into your gameplay. But yeah, basically, Deadeye, what you're doing here is that you're not staying with your teammates, and like you are smoking. I think it's CT, but why, right? This is the point of utility. What is a smoke useful for? So you are smoking off CT, but you never even get to see CT. You die in ramp. Your teammate just died in ramp, so he never gets to CT, so your smoke is never useful. So you are standing in spawn, throwing a smoke, while your teammate, when you never get to CT spawn. That never comes into play, and maybe you get to CT spawn, but the smoke is gone, or your teammates are on B now, right? You have this thought in your head, you're just gonna do it. But why? Right? So it's the same as the Molotov. It's the right thing to do, but not in that situation, right? So understand the weakness of the team, understanding why you're losing, and then find the best way of countering that, right? To make it a winnable situation. And this is why kills doesn't matter. Stats doesn't matter. ADR doesn't matter. Ever. So this is great. You're entering as third, which means that you're kind of baiting your team. But you get the information, so you jump out a window and trying to get this kill. You get it, and then you have 12 HP, so you have to do the same again. You wait for your teammate to get your information so you can go for the frag. But now, you're just gonna die. Pearl should have died from the up. Right? You just want to play after plant, 12 HP, not peek. And now your teammates are doing some work, right? They got the information, doing work. So your entry made this round possible by getting the site, right? So that one kill is worth more than the last 4. So you're doing somewhat what you're supposed to do, and that's why you're winning the game. So you carried that game, right? First link after, okay, Bass. I will write link in chat, and the first link after I write it, we'll get it. I don't like this link though, but whatever. Whatever. The worst thing that can happen, downloading a random link. We can go through more later, Deadeye, if you want. Alright, see you later, Deadeye. Thanks for stopping by. Oh, misclick. Hello? Probably shouldn't play music since I'm maybe gonna use this for some video. I don't know. But it's fine. What's your name, brother man? Name Bash. Oh, this is interesting. So your name is Bash, your role is IGL support. You can give feedback personal or for a team. Smiley ignored. I can't do all the regulars. I can do regulars whenever I feel like. So regulars are gonna have a little bit of a backseat. I will do resubs. They will bump up in the first queue, but regulars will be normal plebs today. What's up, Dodge This? Thanks a lot. I did not dodge that follow, man. So IGL. How many people wants a review right now? Can you just write me in chat or something? Low level player is no such thing as that. So there's 3 people. Okay. Yeah, but the different. All right, so yeah, there's no such thing as a low skill. It's all dependent on what your, it's all individual. What a good player is, right? That's all the individual. Stats doesn't matter. Stats doesn't help me. I'm sorry for being such difficult about it, but people are so into stats. I cannot stress enough how little it matters. So I'm just gonna stand on what I'm saying and what I believe. So, but you can say rank. Rank is fine. Then I understand what you believe is a mid-tier or low player, or good player, whatever. Rank is fine. I understand the issue. So you take banana control. I'm gonna spend a little bit extra time here because I feel like this is a little bit more interesting to me. And you have some information in middle. You have no information in second mid though. So he goes on by himself. So the issue here is that you're walking straight into crossfire. And people are taking map control solo. You want to have 2 or 3 people taking church and 1 player holding the smoke. So you need to decide, do you want 2 players taking church, 1 guy holding the smoke, or 3 players taking church while you hold the smoke and plant? Or you can just plant safe from the smoke. Then you just want to play after plant. Should have had that kill up. There's no need spamming links in chat. I'm not gonna do anything with it. I just wanted to see how many demos I'm going to do, or how detailed I'm doing this. It's not gonna be that detailed, but reverse the force. Honestly, just stick together. Either fall back and just wait for aggression, or you want to stick together and take map control. Multiple spots to throw common smokes, yeah, sure, but he understands that himself. I don't need to point that out. I mean, you understood it, Sin. Means that anyone can see it, right? So the most what I'm looking for right now is how coordinated you are on an attack and how safe you can be taking map control. Of course, I troll. But yeah, that's good. Good communication for you and your teammates right there. But I can see that you know the basics. Free aim is on point. You're not overextending too much. You're playing somewhat safe. You understand crossfire and how the teamwork works. Wasting your utility here though, but it's not anything too major. It's just you're being overly safe. But it's just a few dollars wasted. It's not much. So this is what's boring about proper CS:GO compared to a PUG, right? That if you don't understand what's happening, just going to be a lot of looking at nothing. That's fine. Oh, that's unfortunate. Oh, actually, how? Gonna play after plant. So your job here is to find all the information, and the job of your teammate is to use that information to win the round, right? So your teammate should hide while you peek for information, finding out where the last two players are. So if you're... That's a mistake by your teammate to use that Molotov, because that shows your enemy where he is, right? So your job is to peek and show them where you are, which means that they will know where both of you are, so they can kill you. Like, they can't kill someone they don't know where they have to see them to kill them, right? So your teammate fucked up here, and there's not much to say about that. He had full HP, you had low HP. It's your job to find information. He peeked, showed his position, and died. And there's nothing you can do about it. I hit a dirty pre-fire on that angle the other day. So you kind of just fake. So the issue here with faking is that you have no information, right? So the point of a fake is that you get information and you pretend that you're going A. The enemy, you have no information on the enemy. The enemy has all the information on you. So it makes no sense for the enemy that you will push A, because you have no information. So your fake doesn't work, or shouldn't work, because it doesn't make sense for you to commit A at that time. So just throwing a random nade is not faking anything. They should be rotating now. Yeah, see? Number 1 is already rotating. Because this makes sense. He should have been rotating. Now you're just pushing a smoke with no flash. One flash, and you have a much greater chance of taking the site. Just one flash is enough. You don't have to wait for the smoke, but you need utility when you push out of it, because they will be holding it. So you need preferably 2 or 3 flashes above that smoke as you go in, so they can't just hold it as you exit it. The smoke can work for you if you know how to do it. Just pushing it like that, then that happens fast. So your teammate has an SMG. I don't know if he was the one. I think he got a pick with it. You don't want to smoke. You want to have your gun out. He has an SMG. Just let him take map control, especially after a pick. And instead, you go first with AK. You die, and then he trades you, and the SMGs go supreme, just destroying them. So this is a mistake by you. Yeah. Okay, so I'm looking at the timing here. How much map control do you have, or what are you gonna do here in apps? So you have 2 options here. Either you take short, you smoke apart, you take short, and you go short, out short, and then you go out apps after. Like, that's one way. Other way is everyone goes in apps, you flash over, and then you just waterfall out, and then you can have someone short to help them in case Arch is rotating in. I mean Boiler, not short, to help the Arch player. So here comes the flash. So they're going to waterfall. They have a guy in Boiler. So this is great. This is exactly what I said. So now it just comes out to the execution. So right now, the guy in Boiler needs to peek. He needs to help them out short, because the short player will be looking at the waterfall, alright? Because the waterfall is beautiful. So he needs to get out and help them and hope that the Arch player is either smoked off or makes a mistake. But there's no coordination, and everyone just get absolutely destroyed. Right? So, you knew what you were calling, because you said exactly what I said, right? You put 1 in Boiler, you knew kind of what you were doing, but there's no dry runs. You haven't scrimmed this. There's no coordination in what's happening. And that's what lost you that round. Because if you had 1 smoke and coordination, you probably would have won the round. So that's why scrimming and dry running helps you. But yeah, I feel like the issue is that, because the basics are here, but it's just the whole coordination thing. See CT. Falling back, that's good. Might be a meat blender here. If 8 gets library, this is great. This is really good. I'm just looking at the radar right now. And the whiff. So this round is on you. You lost map control, and you lost all the information when your teammate did all the work. You were rotating when you shouldn't be. Yeah, definitely. People spend months scrimming, hours every day to get good coordination. But yeah, to be of more help, I would have to watch more and in deeper detail. I'm not going to do that now. I'm just going to watch through fast and catch what needs to be caught. You should be looking at boiler at the same time. See that on the right side of the wall? You can see boiler. You just saw a person. That gives you information to help out the player on short. There's no short player, so you just need to fall back, and that's what you're doing. Shooting a smoke is not smart, but... Yeah, but you don't need to jiggle peek it. Very few is gonna pre-fire that angle. So you have time to fall back. You see someone? But the players have decent communication, and you guys seems to know the basics. So just need to play more and get better consistency on your mechanical skills like movement and aim. That's an early Molotov. But yeah, this is just it's hard to find anything more than this without watching more closely. Rotation was a little bit unlucky for you, but your teammates are seeming to do fine. You're playing very, very standard though. But yeah. Everyone just died. But yeah, coordination and practice and understanding of each other's plays and understanding of how to play certain situations together is probably what you need the most. Thanks a lot for the follow, Gomi Omnia. First one to link after my message. Fine, Smiley. Is this the 3 A's one? Because then I'm not gonna look at it. Is this the one you got 3 aces? Yeah, exactly. Who was the next guy? Alk. CSGO stats match. Your link, but whatever. Yeah, again, Neffen. Yeah, but like he just wanna show off. I don't care. I couldn't care less about show off. If I want to look at a good place, I'd look at an actual good player. Not some random pug star. I'd go look at Nico or Saiwu or one of them. Not some pub stomper. Smiley bad. It's so funny how much you guys are being toxic to each other. I love it. So what's your name here? Forgot. What link did I click on? Elka. Are you named Elka something here? No. You're Seek on CT. Number 5. Thanks a lot for the follow, Fake. What's up, man? So your job here is to get information long and get information from when short is pushing. So short is pushing, you got the information and you follow him back. All right. You're not looking on short though, but and so what this tells me is that you had no idea what happened on short, which means that there were no communication with, or you had no idea how to deal with it. So from this, either it's a high level skill, and number 2 just screwed up all his communication, or it's a low level play because you have no idea how map control and Dusty works. Like, that's kind of the two. Golden Nova before. Alright, so it's more of the secondary thing then. But yeah, you need to be worried about short at that point of time. You need to understand when people can be where. In a certain time of the rounds. You need to understand, like, map control. But this is good. Going close with the MP7. Aim is the big factor here. Understanding of how the MP7 works. The understanding of how to use it. And not to just spray wildly randomly. So I would say, let me see. Let me see next fight. MP9. SMG, the weapon, the gun of choice in this situation. MP, the machine pistol, whatever number. So if you, I'm looking mostly at your crosshair right now, and it seems like you have very little control of what's going on. So either you are very, very not concentrated, you're not warmed up at all, or you're just not confident with moving your crosshair around. Right? So if you are warmed up, I would say turn down sensitivity. Oh, I skipped it. Whatever. Did you win? No, you lost. Skip one more then. So you're losing 4-1, and you're just gonna hold this smoke. So the issue here is you have no idea what's on the other side of the smoke. There can be 5 players here, and then you're just gonna die. There's kind of risk versus reward here. And your crosshair placement is very high. I'd say, let's just see how you're fighting here. For me, what screams is deathmatch. What's up, Dazer? Deathmatch. You're missing basic movement here. You're missing basic crosshair mouse control. you're missing the consistency of what happens when you see an enemy on your screen. Be able to fire your gun confidently. I have a video on my YouTube that explains how I look at sensitivity. And I think you should take a look at that. And then you can understand how I'm looking at sensitivity. Because you're missing positioning. You're missing understanding of map control. You're missing looking at radar and see what your teammates are doing. Where they die and where your enemy can come from. Like all these things I'm mentioning, except positioning, is you get from deathmatch. So I'm expecting that you don't play much deathmatch. You said you had like 1,500 hours, no, 1.5 in sense, 700 hours, right? So I'm guessing there's like 300 hours AFK time, and then there's probably like 300 hours in matchmaking, and then there's 100 hours that you just don't know where it went, right? And I'm guessing very little of that comes from deathmatch. Because I think you need to deathmatch. Let's just go on T side and see how that is, because then it will be even more apparent. But yeah, map control, understanding of your teammates' positioning, what's open and what's not. Game sense comes naturally and comes by trusting yourself. But all these mouse movements to me just seems almost unintentional. Thoughts about high level game sense, but shit aim. Aim is the easiest thing to practice, which is why some silvers have insane aim for their level, right? I'd say 90% of players have good aim compared to other skills that they have. But I'm curious, Sick, how many hours do you have in deathmatch, do you think? 10? 100? 200? Because your sense doesn't look that high. Probably a little bit high. You just need to do... warm up and practice is not the same. What's up, Brando? Thanks a lot for the follow, man. Alright, let me show you. So, it's hard to understand the look at your game and then look at someone else's demo and then guess the difficulty. So, I'm just gonna do this for 2 minutes, just so I can show you what I mean. So, you warm up deathmatch, but you don't really practice it. And what I mean with practice is that you need to be consistent. You need to be confident with what you're doing. So, you need to understand that every time you shoot, you get a kill, right? And yes, I understand that these bots stand still, but you need to understand when you can actually be accurate. Oh my god, I haven't played today. So, you need to just get used to the feeling of killing something. Because I feel like you're almost playing deathmatch with music on, with your brain not concentrated, that you could just kill bots for the sake of killing bots, but you need to be concentrated. You need to be looking at what you're doing and understanding what you're doing. You need to... It's not about skill. I'm killing bots, right? Probably 80% of my practice is about bots, right? So let me show you something. So what you can do to to improve the difficulty rate is that you want to peek and you want to flick, right? It doesn't matter how skilled the bot is, he will die just as much, right? So it's about being consistent and being just used to hitting your shots, because you need to be able to kill people that is on your screen, or else it doesn't matter how good your game sense is or your positioning or whatever. You need to have that bottom line consistency, and you don't have that. That comes down to movement and everything. Next link. So, play deathmatch and actually concentrate. Again, I have a video on YouTube that explains how you can practice properly in deathmatch. I haven't looked at it for a while, but it is useful to understand how you can practice in deathmatch to have an effective practice. I appreciate it, Elka. What's your name, Does this? I'll take a peek at your stats while demo downloads. Not that matters, so I'm just curious. Mackie, alright. You played with a 5-stack? Come on, just download already. So, alright, so when it comes down to FPS, a friend of mine, he played a lot of CSGO, and he got to level 10 FACEIT with 70 FPS. He upgraded his computer and is now in the FPL. So, he probably did it because everyone is from everyone is from Pakistan. That's very... Let me show you this. So, I say stats don't matter, right? But I'm curious about stats. So these are the things I'm looking at. I'm looking at your win ratio, right? And I'm looking at your amount of matches. Those two are important in a set of different reasons. Number one, win rate is mostly what decides how many games you played at your current skill rate, right? If you have a 50-50 or very close to 50-50, that means that most likely you're stagnated and you're playing against the same skill and you just keep win, lose, right? But if you have few games, like for instance Smiley, who has like 50 games, that means that he hasn't played enough to find his true skill. So your skill is level 6. No matter how much you will play, your skill needs to improve before your rank will improve. So either you can practice and actually improve before you continue playing FACEIT, or you can just play to have fun. But most people want to improve. Just wanted to show you why I was curious about your stats. When I always say that, it doesn't matter, because it doesn't. Let's just delete that, and then we open. But that's why we're here. So this is the kind of demo that I like, because you actually put in the time and you found your consistent level and your where you are, right? So you are a level 6 or whatever level it was. Is it loud? No, it's not. What was your name again, you said? And that means that you need to figure out what you need to improve next. Oh yeah, Mackie, sorry. Probably would have seen it. Oh, you have a group that I didn't notice. I don't like groups. Messes with my thing. Knife first? Yeah. So this is probably the first review that's going to be most likely useful. So if you do what I tell you, you will see improvement, alright? And that's what I like. And since you have the 1600 games, it means that you probably know it. So, when you're rewatching... when you're rewatching your own demo, this is the perfect time to pause, right? So what is your job here? And you need to do this in game 2, right? You just got boosted. You sent your teammate to car to get information and picks. If he dies, what are you gonna do? If he sees 4 or 5 pushing and he falls back to bench, what are you gonna do? Are you gonna peek? Are you gonna hide? Are you gonna let him die? Are you gonna help him kill? Are you gonna let them plant? Are you gonna wait for the planter, kill the planter? If you see 2 players and the planter, who you kill first, like all these things, you need to already have figured out in your head when you're at this position, right? So in the beginning, you're like, oh yeah, nah, I'm pistol around CT, I want to sit in this corner, I want to let someone get boosted, but what am I going to do if XYZ happens? Is when all these things that is possible to happen, what are you going to do? Right? How confident do you have to be before you take a shot? How confident do you have to feel before you actually engage? What is worth your life? What situation does need to happen before you can engage or not engage? Like, these things you need to already be figured out, so when it happens, you know exactly what to do immediately. Shit takes time. So your job right now is to slow them down, especially after using the smoke. Slow them down. You're actually blank in these situations. Exactly. So your job to improve is to rewatch your demos, pause at every juncture, right? First juncture was this. You boosted here, and then you need to figure out what to do. Next, you pause here, because now a lot of information has gotten through. You heard at least 2 drop. Your teammate fell back to a shitty position. No, it's on the right position. And your teammates are about to flood into your site, and enemies are flooding in, and this is like the time to make decision is now for you. So you pause and you figure out what should you be doing with this information that you have, and what you should do is, number 1, make sure that you create as much space and time for your teammates to rotate in, as well as call. So you can say, hey, if they push door, I let you know, which means that when your teammate is coming in kitchen, all he has to do is look at window. He doesn't have to care about door because you have a sight line on it. So you need to look at your radar and understand that, alright, this is my job. I will just stay alive and prevent the plant. So unless someone sees you, you don't shoot. Until the bomb planter comes and you just prevent that bomb plant. And you call to your teammates when stuff happens. You can even try and kill the guy going door. This is good. You're just waiting. You're just giving information. You didn't shoot, and he's planting, and you need to prevent this. Don't do that. That is not preventing the bomb plant. That is letting it happen. So if I see another one of those things where you troll or play for fun or don't do your best, I will just skip your demo. But yeah, that is not the right thing to do. That is something you do for fun. But this is great. Just falling back towards mid. Here. So shame. Reasoning doesn't matter. You have a USPS, right? You can't do much with the USPS. So your job is information, and the best way for you to get information is staying alive. So you don't want to overpeak. You can peek, shoot one, go back, hide, and let them try and hunt you, but you don't want to let them kill you too easily. And that's why a lot of people play forest or bench or whatever you call it, because it's hard position for people to kill you in, because you can just peek out, get information, peek back in, get a cheeky shot off. You don't want to commit with a USPS. So now your teammate has to retake the whole site, but if you stayed alive and let them rotate in, they could actually help you. So again, understanding your job. What's your job with your current weapon, current situation, current positioning? What is your job? What are you supposed to do? What will help you win the round the most? What is the winning condition for you to win? So again, like I told Deadeye earlier, when you jump, you look at your screen for half a second, just as you're at the peak of the jump to get information, and then you just look at your radar. When you jump, you look at your screen for half a second, and then you look at radar for the next 5 seconds or however long it takes. So I want to explain to you guys. There's some people here. So the reason between being on the right side of this and being on the left side of this. So it's the obvious one where you have the normal angle that everyone pre-fires or holds when they're coming from jungle. They check market, right? That's the obvious reason that we all know, so I'm not going to talk about that. But, so, you want to hold left side if you think the enemy is coming towards B, but you need to have control over jungle and this hole, whatever you want to call it. You want to hold left side if you think they're going towards B. If the enemy is leaning towards A and you need to hold this spot, you want to be on the right side. Sense? So the bigger chance that it is that they're going A, you want to be further, you want to be closer to A, right? It makes sense, but it needs to be said anyways. On top of that, this is the point where you need to make a decision. Do you want to go CT with your friend, or do you want to go through to jungle? And that depends on your teammate, and it depends on the situation. The bomb is not down. I'm going to expect that you have very little information, but they obviously can't be CT because your teammate is there. They probably can be B in about 10, 15, 20 seconds. You need to look behind you. So you have 20 seconds to get through this hole. And that's plenty of time, so that's not something you need to worry about. But should you go through the hole, which is a big risk because it's an easy kill for the enemy. So, holding this plank is fine until the plank goes down. But you want to be able to get as close to the bomb as possible, so 1, you can prevent the plant, or 2, you can keep some map control. So what you could do here is that you can say, hey, guy in ladder, can you peek so I can get into jungle? Or you can go and help your teammate. So the question here is, which teammate are you going to help? And that all depends on what you think of the teammate, play-wise, who can make the best by themselves, what weapons do they have, what utility do they have, where do you think the terrorist is going to plant and play after plant? Do you need connector control more than you need CT control? Do you need jungle control and connector control more than CT? Do you think CT will peak and die before you get to CT? All these things comes into play. And all these things are things you need to be aware of and you need to understand before you get in this situation, because all these things are too much to think about. You just need to know, right? And that's when people say, to improve in CSGO, you need to play a lot. And yes, you need to play a lot to be put in all the situations, but you also need to know what you should and need to be doing. So that's why you're in this elo hell, or whatever you want to call it, because there's such a big leap for you to go from where you are now, where you sort of know what to do, but the last part of the round of the decision making, you don't know, and you're just guessing. But what you need to do is you need to find out, and then you need to play and get put into these situations, so you can just figure out at least if you're doing something right or wrong. You can learn and improve. Hello? So he's shooting here so he can peek, and that's fine. And CT dies. And he dies. So you going CT is fine here. The CT player should have waited. And the terrorist overextend. He takes CT when it's planted for a connector. So that's a mistake. So this is not you winning a round. You didn't do anything right here, because there was nothing right to do. The terrorist fucked up. The terrorist lost this round all by themselves. And there's nothing you can learn from this round. And that's very important. I'm still a little bit sick, so I'm sorry for my voice. He needed an opening and he gave it to you. He was the last one. And he put all his eggs in pushing CT when even if he gets CT, he's not going to win the round from it. He committed to the wrong angle. He should have gone connector. Which means that you probably should have gone jungle. So, but it's hard to know the information about where the bomb is planted when you don't have when you have a hard time finding out. I feel like you're not trusting number 2 here because this is number 2's job. You're giving up B to hold jungle when there's 2 players that should be able to hold it. Number 1 can peek it from CT. Number 2 can peek it from ladder. And you should be able to you should almost be either committed to like being car. Better position would probably be short here. Then you can be close to help your teammate, so he can mainly focus on jungle. You have a fast rotation to A through connector because you have the line of sight, and you have somewhat of information on B, right? So I would say short is probably the best position you can be in. But I would probably hold across the market. You can't just give up B here. Because you don't really have much information. And it's just empty everywhere. Your teammate ended up going B, which is a good rotation by him. You mull it under window. So this is your decision. What's up, Gizzard? What's up, brother man? Your decision here is, 1, you need to buy time for your teammate. This is the same when you were standing on top of this box. 1, you have to buy time for your teammate. Or 2, can you pick up the kill without him looking at you? So, we're about to find out if you are confident enough to do this peek that you just did. Because if you don't have information, this is still a peek. You could have stayed safe and just stayed behind the wall, just being ready to peek when he plants the bomb, because that's all you need to do. Prevent the bomb plant. Or even let him plant and just get information about where he is until your teammate comes in. You don't want to take this 1v1. Thoughts about zoning out while playing and how to snap yourself back into the game. Take it serious? You know? Take the game serious? It's like, I don't know how old you are, but you've heard the concept of fine whiskey or fine wine or fine drinks, right? People that are really interested in wine and fine drinks don't drink that like water. They take a small glass, take a small sip, they really enjoy what they're doing, and they're really concentrating, trying to taste it, trying to smell it, doing all these things that look stupid for us mortals, but to them, it's the greatest thing ever to drink something like 100-year-old whatever, right? And you don't drink that to get drunk, right? Or to quench your thirst, but water, you drink water mindlessly. Who smells and tastes water? Nobody. And it's the same as this. You need to look at this not like water, like something you just do. This is your fine wine. This is your fine drink. And I'm like, exactly, Dazer. And I zone out a lot in my games because I don't care and I still play kind of decently. But clutches is my fine wine and my fine drinking. So I've found a way where I can sort of like just play through the game and just get all the information I need to clutching. And the second I get into clutch, I'm fixed. I'm concentrated. It doesn't matter if I'm smurfing in silver or playing in some sort of tournament, right? Clutches is what I live for. So I can feel myself sewn up. That is my fine drink. You get the frag, you catch them off guard. It's kind of okay. But, yeah. Buy time is more important. Play safe. So not zoning out. Just take it seriously, man. Yeah, exactly, Fake. You just need to find a way to enjoy it as much as you enjoy clutching. Right, like this is mindless. You don't need to concentrate about this. There's no concentration that will make you hit some shot with this Molotov. But here you can turn your brain off. This is water. Scary to peek like this, but doesn't matter. It gets the job done. And now you can start thinking about, yeah, this is starting to be better. This is more like beer, some sort of nice dark beer, right? Then you start getting more information. So you want to peek information. Peek for information. There's no information, so now you're starting to get more and more into water, right? It's just a smoke. Who cares? You don't need to concentrate much. The second stuff started happening, you know, you get a flash over, you maybe get some nades, some Molotovs. You're starting to get more and more concentrated, right? And that's just how you have to look at it. You just need to be aware of what's happening and find a way for you to enjoy it. So you can stay concentrated and not get bored, because that's why you drink water so relentlessly, because it's boring as hell. I'm glad you guys are learning. You get the bomb, so what should you do? Doesn't matter, time's over. It's taking a little bit longer. So you got the pick. You got 2 picks, fall back. It's that easy. Just fall back. Hey! Clap, clap, clap. Wasted smoke though. So it's better if you go back and you just jump. So imagine you were the terrorist, right? You're Thorm. You have 12 HP and you are 3 versus 5, and there's an idiot in Palace, so you're 2 versus 5, right? That's your situation. You walk up B, and there's an insanely smart CT, and all he's doing, he's just jumping a car. It's impossible for you to get that pick, and not only that, when he jumps and sees you, he smokes off apps perfectly, right? How annoying is that in a 2 versus 5 and you have 1 HP? That's how you need to think, and that's how you need it to play. And then you just win the round because you're just going to rotate in, you see the bomb, you see everything. No, I'm moving in 1st of February, Laser. Right? So, what's the perfect thing that can happen in a 2 versus 5? There's a stupid CT in the Natives' hand as you peek and you get a free kill and a free gun. And you get the B side for free, right? Or this, right? You just jump and you throw the Molotov. Worst case possible in a 2 versus 5. You'll wait for the cooking streams. Yeah, we'll see. I have the possibility at least. Flash is really unfortunate. But you could have played more safe. So you have full mid. So at this point where you have full mid and there's a lot of noise on B, just go to market. It's what we talked about in the crawl space. You want to be on the left side of the crawl space or on the right side of the crawl space. You want to be towards where there's the most chance of you, where the plant is going down. So you want to be as close to the right side of the crawl space as possible, which is in market, just looking at the window. But instead, now that they have, you know, they're committed to the site, you already are so far away. So you could have been here 10 seconds sooner. So it's a 3 versus 3 after plant, and you decide to go CT. So, or are you going to save? Yeah, you're going CT. So, quicker repositioning. Could be. It's just I want to explain it further. So you are rotating here to CT. This is the same as flanking mid to ramp, right? What's up, Terrence? Thanks a lot for the follow. But what's important for you to understand is how useful are you, right? Because you have to run here. It takes 5, 7, 9 seconds to run for you to actually peek and be useful. And your teammates need to stay alive that long, right? If they die in those 10 seconds, it would be better for you to stay in jungle, because if they die in connector, that means that in jungle you could have been useful and helped them survive. So this is where it depends on if you play versus silvers or pros, or if you play versus this or that. You need to be able to read the situation and maybe even communicate to your team, hey, I'm flanking CT, can you guys stay alive? And if you don't get an answer, maybe you should just stay in jungle. Yes, it's smart to go CT, but if they die, it's not. Hotfire, thanks a lot for the follow. So, but luckily for you, there's someone about to peek CT. And I say luckily because that means that you're going to be useful instead of running for 10 seconds. But you don't think that way, so you got your knife out. Yeah? Luckily he whiffs, but that means that you lose that fight, which means that it's going to take you even longer than 10 seconds, which means that it's going to require your teammates to stay alive even longer. So now you've been useless this whole rotation, because the guy that was in connector that you rotated around, he's already here. Which means that you've been useless for the past 20 seconds. But there's no way for you to know that. But that's where the risk versus reward comes in. But as you just failed hard, it looks kind of stupid. But you need to be able to see that. See the... So that just shows your confidence level. Yeah, exactly. But that just shows your confidence level, you smoking that. Just saying. That smoke lost you the round. So, this tells me... this tells me that when you came up CT, you didn't have a plan. You didn't know what to do. Because if you had a plan, like we talked about earlier, that, okay, when I come up CT, this is what's going to happen. If there's people there, I'm just going to pew them down and win the round. Right? So what you should have done is that you should have looked at the radar to have control over your teammates as you push CT. You should have seen that, hey, that guy that peeked me CT, he died. There's only 1 or 2 players left and they are here or there. This is the information that I got. Oh, I have a smoke. So before you even peek CT, you should take your smoke out. And then you should think, what is the most common spot? Well, either they're going to come connector to flank you, they're going to come up ramp, or they're going to come up palace. So you just smoke one of them. You just do that preemptively. Then you don't have to, oh, he's defusing. Oh, shit, I have a smoke. Oh, I need to smoke this. Oh, no, shit, he's peeking. I'm in the smoke. Oh, no. Right? Like, all these things that is not just random events that is no way you can ever improve on. So, another thing is that when you get to that oh shit moment where you have a smoke and you just don't know what to do, just do something. Not this, but keep your gun out and just hold ramp. At best, there's a 33% chance that he's gonna peek it. Right? Because right now, you're just going off luck that the terrorist can't hit the bomb. Or can't hit the diffuser. So just think forward. What are you gonna do? Start basic. When you come CT, when you see a teammate or you see an enemy, what are you gonna do? If he's left on right, what are you gonna do? Right? Are you gonna fall back? Are you gonna push forward? Are you gonna commit for the kill? Are you gonna... anything. Just some sort of plan. Because a well-executed poor plan is better than a badly executed good plan. Right? That's really unfortunate. But this is good play by you, alright? So this is why it's hard to do demo reviews for players that are not 100% confident in their game. So this is a good thing for you to do, because actually I thought you were on Force, but whatever. You're playing in a pug and you have a deagle. You have no thanks a lot for the follow, Metal Horns, by the way. You're playing. Oh, you're playing against a 5-stack though, or with a 5-stack, but in a pug, which you still are, even though you're playing with 5 friends. You rotate fast because there might be a lack of communication. There might be a lack of information. So just rotating early is kind of okay in this situation. It's either that or fully commit to B. But if you sit on B, you're gonna have those stupid teammates screaming, "Hey, Purple, why you not rotate, man?" Right? But there's these two things you can do. Either you can over-rotate because you have a weaker gun, you need to get there sooner, or you just stay back and you just control B. Both these things are correct calls because of your gun, because of the situation that you're in, and that's why it's different if you want to be, if you want to play at a proper level or just want to pug, right? And me too, if I were playing on A, I would probably say, "Hey, why did you leave B? Why did you over-rotate? It makes no sense." I would say that. I would think that. Because that's just... it's a 50-50 chance. But because of your good Molotov... Any tips on how to improve your confidence? Yeah. I'm just gonna finish this. So, let me go back. I want to double check something before I start talking. Alright. This is what I expected. You see this spawn? See how shitty this spawn is for B? Then you'll see at the money. It's obvious that they will do a force here. You can see that. You can see that in an afterthought. They will be... Is this your spawn? Hello, game? No, okay. So, you know that there's a chance that they will force, and you are the B player and you have a shitty spawn. That means that you can't do what you always do. On top of that, you could have saved it if you knew how to move while you were flashed, right? So this is where you have to move properly. You need to understand where you are on the map, and all you have to do is just hold A. So you go close to left wall here. Because that's very scary for a terrorist, is to peek on top of a car, because you're so open to short, you're open to market door, you're open to so many angles. So it's going to take them longer to kill you, and since you're flashed, you might actually just survive, but you're going too far out to the right, and they can peek you from under the car. But, so spawn, realizing your spawn, realizing the money, that's the mistake here. Sitting duck, yeah. So any tips on how to improve your confidence? So, I know people don't like Smurfs. But, having a second account. And the thing is that you want to play more. Right? So, people always underestimate LAN experience and experience in general. I don't know if you guys watched when Nothing and Shroud made a 5-man team with the old C9 players, and they played played qualifiers for some tournament. You All Guys Club, yeah. They had zero practice. They're basically a pug, right? But they had all the experience, right? Imagine the experience in that team compared to the experience that they have in the enemy teams, right? That's just like a normal team up and coming. They just play together. They've done some scrims. They've done some team play. Yeah, they're really good players because they play at that level. But these guys has no practice together, but all the experience coming through. And that's just because they're played so much, right? So people underestimate experience. So I say that you have experience as a pug player, which I have lots of. Most of my experience, or all of my experience, is playing solo and playing pugs and playing matchmaking and facing and all these kinds of things. So you have that experience, but if you put me in a real team, and I have played in a real team as a stand-in, I also get this anxiety to play as well as I can, even if I individually am as good as they are, or as better or as good as the enemy. Just the pressure of having to play well gets to me because I'm not used to that experience of being on a team that depends on me, depends on my information, depends on how I play, how I get information, and my game just crashed. What's up, Azina? Yeah, free reviews. So Azina is the played on the team that I'm talking about now, where I just melted, and he always makes fun of me for it. So even though I have all this experience and all these hours in this game, it doesn't count towards playing in a real team because it's completely different. And then you can add in, you have matchmaking playing alone, you have Face It, which is a different thing. So people have another anxiety, another experience for Face It, which is a little bit third party, better players, you know. And then you can add in FPLC, which is the place where you play to qualify for FPL, right? That's another experience that you need to get used to. And then you have FPL, which you play against pro players, and another level of anxiety where you have to get experience to be able to perform. And then you can start at lands, right? Low level lands, mid tier lands, tier 3, tier 2, tier 1, you know? And then you can start thinking about, if you weren't to go pro, how much experience do you actually need? How much have you played solo queue matchmaking to be this confident? You need that experience in Face It. You need that experience in team play. You need that experience in FPLC, FPL against pros on LAN, right? And when I realized that, I stopped trying to go pro. This the right demo? Yeah, Mackie. Okay, let me just read the message you wrote here. So, Fig said, damn, I'm out here thinking I have a great game sense and that I just moved wrong with the flash. Meanwhile, you're saying that he lost a round at the start with economy and his spawn. He lost a round because of the economy and spawn with the strategy he chose. What he should have done preemptively is jump out a window, go right side, throw the Molotov and nade immediately before he went close to getting information. So because he went with that strategy, with that situation, he lost. Even though that strategy is superior in every other situation, just his situation in total is what made him lose that round. So that's another thing, as I talked to you earlier about, when you're watching your demos, that the mistake can be a lot further than, oh, I just missed my shot. I need better aim because I obviously could have killed him. But that's not always the issue. Maybe it's peeking in the first place is the issue. Maybe your positioning is the issue. Maybe you shouldn't even be there, right? Maybe you had to be there because your teammates forced you to, so you were solo B or whatever, right? These are things that matters, not, oh, I missed my shot, I guess my aim sucks, right? Helix, I do ask for a link when I need a new demo. The first one linking their demo is the demo I'll do. So you just need to keep watching, brother man. I'm sorry. It's the best way for me. He says, Dodge This says, I do feel like I panic a lot while playing for sure. I just don't know how to get over it. So, it's what we talked about earlier, where you have to understand your job and what to do. So, for you not to panic, you need to find your comfort zone, which means that you need to trust yourself and trust in your abilities, right? And this is where confidence comes in, and also nervousness, because hello, are you gonna crash again? Okay, so where are you confident? What do you know is the right thing? So you know jumping for info is the right thing. So what you want to do is, wow, what you want to do is you need to find out what you need to do that's always right. Like jumping car, right? Always correct. But when was it not correct? That one round where we talked about economy and the Molotov and they pushed. So you need to find what's always right, and then you find out what's not right. So when the economy is like it was, the enemy can push B, you need to do something else. What can you do to counter that? You need to go right side, throw Molotov nade. And then you can think, when is that right? You can also jump the car the wrong way. Yeah, there's tons of things, right? So it's all about just finding out, okay, I made a mistake here. When did I make a mistake? I made a mistake when I ran out of spawn. I made a mistake when I misjumped or misbought or didn't look at the economy. Then next time you will look at the economy. Next time you will hit that jump. Next time you will hit that grenade that you missed. Next time you will not be in that position. So you go back to the place you made the mistake, which was here. Next time you'll go right, throw the nade and Molotov in that situation. You learn something. Right? Next time you do this is right, but maybe you will learn something, because if you die, there's something wrong you did. You need to find out what did you do wrong, and what should you have done for it to be right. Welcome back, Deadeye. So you need to do what's right until it doesn't work, find out why it doesn't work, make it right. And in the end, you're gonna be a very good player at FACEIT. So again, you're on the right side of the hole because you think it's going to be A. Now you just have to hit your shots. That's very unfortunate. Exactly, Azina. Azina has a very high skilled player. If you have any questions, you can ask him. He plays in a proper team, have done for a long time. He has more experience in a proper team than I have. So if you have any questions about practicing and stuff like that, I'd say shoot him at Azina. He's here. He can do some work too. This is great. Shooting smokes is not great. Are these guys screaming in FACEIT or what? So, perfect time to pause the demo because the fake came in, your teammates responded to the fake, you decided that you still think they're gonna come A because number 2 can't see anything. So, you get all the information that they're going to go A. They're coming. So this is the time you need to make a decision. You chose your spot, what should you do? Should you push, fall back, hold an angle, hold this angle, should you hold another angle, right? The right thing here for me would be, what would your teammates do? Because you're alone in CT, so you want to hold, you want to stay alive as long as possible. That's your job. And we talked about this earlier. For you to be killed, for your enemy to kill you, as stupid as it sounds, they need to see you. They need to know where you are. So, number one, you hide. You're gonna find a position where either you get a free kill if he walks there, for instance in the front of default box, or they need to actually find and look for you. What is the first thing they're gonna see when they cross ramp? They're gonna see you when they get to Tetris. What is the first thing they're gonna do when they wide CT? They're gonna see you alone on site. You have a deagle. You're gonna probably see 3 players. There's no way. Maybe you get 1 kill, but that's not worth your life here. So either you fall back, you hold the smoke in CT. That's number 1. That's the safest thing you can do. Or you just go hide on site. So you need to already have decided when you stand here. What are you gonna do if they're actually gonna commit to site again? But I'm guessing you're just gonna try and get a single kill. And you whiff and you just die. So they got the site and you did nothing to get it. Other than getting the information that your team already had. Just a second. Adding your up inside. So that's what's important. It's just a friend of mine calling. I'm going there to make Christmas food on Friday. I'm just gonna ask him if it's important. Could have played Ticket instead, which would have been more helpful and could have fallen back. No. You cannot fall back from Ticket. Either you fall back and play the smoke. Christmas food. Pork ribs and mostly pork. I live in Norway, so in Norway there's a lot of pork. I'm a chef. I guess most of you don't know that because you're new here. But yeah. Just full eco. I'm not gonna go through full ecos. Don't care. And just gonna jump here. So I think we've gone through a lot on CT. Let's just go T fast. This demo has taken a lot longer, but it's a good demo. I feel like this is a good demo. He's doing his best. He's done his best for many games, and is really visible. He's doing shopping. I told all my friends. That's just really unfortunate that you run into a stack. I'm not gonna go through all the different things you could have done and couldn't have done. He's just buying food. I told all my friends that if you buy the food, I'll come and cook it. And eat it, obviously. So mainly what I'm looking for is coordination. Meaning what you see on radar and where you're pushing with your teams and not, how you're peeking and how you shouldn't have died there and shouldn't have jumped there. And that kill should have been yours. He crouched peek. So that's kind of a easy kill for you, should have been. Shitty ass plant though. Alright. Let's make a deal. If I can predict, I'll say what you should do. If you do it, I would say that you're a good T-side player. Because you have the only gun is a 4v3. Your teammates are hiding. It's planted shitty. What you should do here is you should try and get to car, because that's the best place you can play after plant. I'd say car, maybe bench while the smokes are up. So you need to change your positioning while the smokes are up and get to either car or bench. If you can do that while getting the short guy, because it's out in the open, perfect timing for you to actually peek it while the flashes are coming in. So you need to turn around, peek short, run under window to car or bench. That is the best action here. You have the information to make that call. So you're just gonna wait for an overextension, and you're just gonna get traded. So maybe T side is your best, but you're not perfect at it. Because it's in the 4v1 basically, you're gonna be that's gonna happen every time when you're out in the open with no cover. You're gonna get the first kill and then you're probably gonna die. As you can take Azena's word for gold. Okay, so you're entering. That is your job. People don't understand what entering is, but that's what you're doing here. And you understand the role of entering for a pug, which is the issue here. It's a pug and it's versus a eco or force. So your issue here is that you're about to peek CT and it's not worth it. Not worth it for you to peek CT because you're gonna it's a chance that you lose the fight and therefore lose the gun. So what you should do is you should just hold CT and wait for your teammates to come in, because right now they're overextending and the bomb is far away. Yeah? Little bit unlucky, but it's not worth to either take out utility, take CT control, and yeah, you gave away a free AK, right? It would be a lot better if you stayed back and let them do the work, because they have to push you. Do you have a 60 hertz or 144 hertz? Because that actually do matters a bit when holding angles. Also feel like you rely too much on utility. That is risk versus reward, right? Understanding what's going on and what you should be doing, because you don't need CT control, right? If you want to take CT, bring a teammate, right? Like you don't even need to go there. Just keep your gun out. Understand the power of utility and when to use it. And again, you guys go without any coordination, right? At CT, when you're holding A, when this guy in CT spawns die and you are under, what do you do 90% of the time? You peek to try and trade. You need to be ready for that. So you need to be aware of what the enemy should do, and then you need to be ready to, you need to expect that. You need to expect the right play. I'm just gonna try and go a little bit faster. Oh yeah, it's Nico. This is, you need to go a little bit closer. Yeah, that's good. Just stay, you should have stayed in Palace. Or take CT, that's fine too. You need to look at radar. You need to look at radar here and understand if your teammates has pushed the smoke. He didn't push the smoke and he died. That means that you need to get this frag. And you don't, and the round's over. You don't really need to pre-fire. Very rare you need to pre-fire. I never pre-fire. It gives away so much information. I pre-fire sometimes and hit some of them. Yeah. Just being static is making stuff hard. Over. Yeah, I'd say coordination. He's actually gonna win this. No, CT's winning. Okay. So, yeah. All right, I'm gonna show you guys a clip. No, I'm not. Never mind. We can do one more. Next link. I'm glad you enjoyed it. With the wine analogy. Unique, huh?
Hey, listen.
Thanks a lot for the follow, brother man, Alex. Can't go wrong with wine. We were talking about, if you're curious, Azina, or anyone that didn't hear it, we were talking about how you can keep concentrating throughout a game. And I'd say that you just have to take it serious. Like, you don't play CS like you drink water, just mindlessly, whatever. You play CS like it's a fine vintage of wine or some good ass, spirits, right? Where you just like smell it and small glass and you just sipping it. I learned a lot about wine elitists. Work on aim. Everyone needs to work on aim. Everyone needs to work on aim. There's never a reason to not practice aim, ever. LEM. You can never be too consistent. Didn't I see him, Alex? Oh, yeah, it was Lias thingy that made me not see it. I guess it's Hallie. Just a wild guess. Alright, so, number one. Look at your radar. Again. Radar and your job. Your teammate is about to walk up ramp, and you want to be there to help him. So maybe miscommunication, doesn't matter. You have a radar, you can see him pushing, so you want to be there to help him, and there's nothing you can do to help him right here. You're just leaving him all by himself. Hey, you see that he's pushing, so you want to go and help. That's good, but it should have happened sooner. You can push down here. They're not gonna expect to. You should walk this smoke. And you did. That's good. You should fall back. Never mind. But yeah, that's very good job. I hope you just wait for your teammate. I don't want to watch the end of it. And again, you want to be with your teammate, right? You're just letting your teammate do all the work here. And yeah. You did nothing until this point. Just letting your teammate do all the work. Spray control. Spray pattern. Because that's not existent for you. If you remind me after the demo, I'll show you a very easy way of practicing it. Right, Azina? Not even baiting, it's just... Again, so... You just need to look at how your teammate is playing it. Hey, you're going with him. Just gonna be a stomp, because that's boring. Oh yeah, I skip fast, okay? Spoilers! So this is good, that you push with your teammate. So your teammate is peeking upper left, and you're peeking with him. Probably not worth jumping on top there, but... I know how much fun it is being a aggressive CT and B. How are you gonna play this shotgun? Close range. This is fine. Scared to keep your nade out there though. You should push this. Push it. Push it. Push it, man. Push it. Push. Push. You could have traded that kill probably. Or at least been close. Up in B. Because now you're just going to lose A and you have a shotgun to retake with. You should have pushed. So, after all that noise and your teammate peeking and meaning it's clear, you can just push. Use your teammate. You need to see how you can help your teammates and utilize your teammates. Another eco? Hello? You actually won? Wow. I like this. You're playing really, really safe. Looking at radar, you understand the map control that you need. What's open, what's not, where you should be. You're staying safe from angles that's not being covered. Now you peeked with your teammate, holding with it. Good smoke. You're ready for the trade, help your teammates, and you're going back to look at the smoke. This is great. This is good. Some sloppiness on B, but A seemed a lot better for you. Maybe you don't play that much B. Nice nade. This is good game sense. Oh, that's really unfortunate. Yeah, there's nothing else to say that. Like, sure, I could nitpick and say, oh, you need to have your gun out, but we all do that shit, man. We all do it. We see a deagle, we're gonna pick up the deagle. Instead of practicing every single time you see a ladder, just spend 5 minutes ladder practicing before a game. And then you just go into the game and you play the game. Practice outside the game. In the game, you play. You practice another time. Cause there's no flow in your round. There's no uniform. I'm gonna do my best at every single second of this game. I'm gonna do everything I can and play as well as I can. Always have the best movement, have the best flashes, have the best this, the best that, best rotations. When half of the beginning of the round, you're like, oh, there's a ladder. Let me walk up and down it. Kind of like, it's the mindset, right? I don't know if you were here when I was talking about wine, but it's that all over again. Keeping focus and just doing as well as you can every single second of the game, as long as you want to improve, right? Because a lot of my viewers can say, hey, but you don't do it. You miss grenades and shit, you know? But I don't try to improve, so I just play to play. Wine analogy is gonna be my legacy. I have so many analogies, man. Don't worry about it. I'll make another one. There's a lot more where that comes from. But your CT side is okay. Always something, but the things I've said is probably enough. That was a little bit bad. The issue here is that your teammates died. You realized that and you used your utility. Using utility is fine, right? But the issue that happened here is that you lost control over where the enemy could be and what kind of map control you actually had. So you sort of got lost in, I have this utility, let me place that there. I have this utility, let me place that there. It was more, it got lost to you where you sort of played it more like a puzzle game than an actual, like, okay, I have a smoke, let me place that perfectly. Like, that was sort of, you lost the whole idea of what is your job, what are you supposed to do. Yes, utility works, but you can't die like you did. Like, you want to have some control over the map. So you could have smoked maybe between green train and stop sign, and then you could have peeked a little bit and used that smoke to cover you, so you could get control over sandwich and close brown, right? Like, do that instead of just throwing lots of utility. And after that, you could have maybe flash peeked left side of bomb train towards connector, right? And then you could have helped your teammates out of connector instead of just wildly throwing utility. Then you could just throw one smoke and then you could actually work with your gun. Great training. What's up, Knuts? Yeah, after this T side. It takes 5 minutes to show. Just don't laugh at me because I haven't played today. You can laugh, it's okay. Issue here is that nobody pushed, so you're gonna lose the round. You're just gonna get peeked from every angle. So instead of going back and peek, you want to try and push. And just an eco. Alright, first buy. Oh, you actually won somehow. Buying op. Second round. Or third round. Low economy. Don't agree. That just comes with practice. Yeah, this is... I don't know how long you've been here, but I think it was the first demo. He was on cash with op, and he started doing like you did, except that he was like shooting smokes and walls and shit. The thing about op, I don't know if you watch pro demos, but or pro casting, they always say, oh, he gets a pick here on mid, and then he goes A, and they never expected the op there, and then he rotates. He moves so well around the map. I don't know if you heard the casters say that, but it's because the biggest thing going for the op is that it's a one-shot kill in the chest, and if you don't expect it and don't use utility with it, it's an easy frag for the opper if he has some consistency. And this is the same. You are showing that you have an op, and you don't really get you don't have that surprise factor, especially in an eco. So if the eco comes and they push you 2 people, you're gonna lose that op. And yeah, Xena, my music taste is really good this stream. Like here, I'm just guessing. That's actually close enough. Whatever. Let's just continue. So with an op, you want to... Oh my god, that's not right. You just want to go for the fast pick because they're not going to expect an op, or you don't want them to expect an op. You don't want them to know where you are with that op, because then there's going to be a flash or a nade or a molotov or a smoke. And you don't want that. You just want to go for that initial pick and then just change positioning. Or opping is very different to... Take your gun out, please. It's very different to rifling. People don't know how to play it properly. Just go for consistency. don't spend so much time trying to do this meme shit where you trying to hack people or shoot people through walls. Like, consistently, you're never gonna get that. And if you get a kill like that, the round is not pure. It's not a natural round anymore because there's some incredible circumstance that made something happen that made the round a lot easier for you. So if you get that kill, that whole game can shift because of the economy, because you win a round you shouldn't. Sure, you can do it in an eco or something, but it just, unless you play like an unwinnable round or an unwinnable game where you play against Smurfs or pros or whatever, you just you don't want to be doing that. You just try and play consistently and play around your teammates and just play proper CS, not this meme shit. You need to improve last I checked, right? So your teammate is just peeking by himself here, so he ends up in a 1v3. And spray control with the M4 is non-existent. Savage. Welcome back, Sin. So yeah, it's okay. What's up, Tizzler? So you Molotov top of green, right? That means that if the CT wants to peek you, he has to peek below green, right? That is meaning that he has to be there. And it's an op. The op shoots. You can either peek it, you can post on the angle, or you can push sandwich, right? Which means that you get more map control, because I think there's a smoke in sandwich, I'm not sure. But even if it's not, you can have a flash ready or something so you can actually get that map control. But instead, you're just sitting in this corner doing nothing. Like, what kind of advantage can you gain from doing this? The only advantage you're giving is for the CTs having a possibility to let the Molotov run out, pick your teammates, and just peek freely, right? Like, you're not doing anything to win the round, so the teammates gets pushed. You're probably holding from behind, but that's not your job at that point, right? So here you're just having zero impact before your teammates are just dying like flies, right? You're just very scared of random smokes, not really sure what you want to do and want to accomplish in this round. You're just waiting for CT mistakes, and at this point, you can't do anything but just hope the CTs make a mistake, right? You put yourself in this situation by staying still for too long and making too much noise. What's up, Moldranius? Thanks a lot for the follow, brother man. But you bought a lot of time for your team, which is great. But there's nothing you did. It's the CTs making mistakes, and it's the CTs just letting you do this by doing stupid stuff. There's no need for the CTs to do what they did. And I don't like that sort of play. But you bought time for your teammates to be able to win this round. This Larry guy just has no idea how to play Afterplant. I think it's Lem, but I'm not sure. I don't remember. So they have an op, and again, impact. Surprise factor. Get that peak, and you're playing against quad ops. Okay, well, it is train. This is kind of okay. Got the first pick, that's great, but then the one guy with no op gets all the kills. At this time, you just have to clutch, and I don't care about that. So you're buying op again. And you're going for the meme shots. It being trained defense to 4 ops. Or for pugs it is, because op is the best weapon, you know? Yeah, don't... Try and understand what your job is with the op. Why do you have op on T side? What do you need to do for it to be worth it? What should you be doing? What is the outcome? What, like, it's an expensive gun. It removes you as a rifle player. Like, what is your job as an opper on T side train? What are you supposed to do? Are you supposed to, if the bomb goes down and you see a smoke, are you gonna spray that smoke? Is that an ops job? I wouldn't say so. Right? So, understand your job. Like, buy a P250 instead. Just think about it. What should you be doing to be effective? To justify that weapon. That's a good game sense, realizing he's behind. So far, you've done everything right this round. You've gotten the frag, you've gotten the information, so all you should do is just stick with your team, but instead everyone splits up. Why do people do that? You're in a disadvantage by being in a full eco, basically. You have a 5 versus 3, why don't you just group up and push a side together? Like, I had this game the other day, some of you might remember it, where like I was somewhat IGLing with some viewers, and we were in this situation, and I was like, everyone come here, just come here, everyone. Yeah, I get it, but you are the one that's staying behind. You're saying MM comms, but the bomb is in Ivy and you're still on B, right? I said this earlier, that a lot of people are having issues with bad teammates, and they're saying, oh, bad teammates, I lose because of bad teammates. It's the same thing you're in. You're never gonna win the game or improve a game by you saying, oh, the MM comms are bad. The only thing you can do anything about is you. What you do, and what you should have done is you should have gone with the bomb. So here you should be in Ivy or in a main, right? To help the bomb get on A. So you could have pushed in front of number 4 here, because number 4 has a scout, so you can actually too many cooks in the kitchen. Yeah, I guess. So you could have pushed before 4 to get map control, so you can understand, so you can get the information that A is clear, so they didn't have to go Ivy. Or your job here, what you can do at this point, you can realize, oh shit, I fucked up. I should have gone with them. What should I do? Oh, we should stick together here. CTs knows that, so if I push down B, I get a frag, they're probably going to rotate to B, because logically we all should be there, right? Because you could lurk, but being an effective lurk with no armor, a silent effective lurk, it's not going to work, because you're not going to be able to get any frags, because that is kind of your job, is to loop behind them and get frags, or go down ramp when they try and enter connector and frag them. But you can't do that with a P250 consistently compared to them having M4s and ops. So at this point, your job is to die on B, preferably with a kill. Or just make a lot of noise. But as you can see, you basically threw this round now. And your team shouldn't win it. They probably do at this point. But it's just decision making depending on the information you have in the round. And the opping. That is kind of the thing. But yeah, we can do the next link. You can see who gets it. What's up, Kaiser? What's your name? Are your name Cancer? Kaiser on Face It too? Yeah, Mr. Kaiser. Alright. Speed demons in the chat? Yeah, I know, right? You need to be ready, Xena. Spray practice. Yes. Bots. So sorry, Kaiser. You just gotta wait for a few minutes. Brown Ust. Your slow reactions in game translate to Twitch chat. True that. True that. All right. So spray practice. You just want as many bots as possible close to you. You want to turn off bullet holes, right? You want to turn on headshot only. So you want to find your targets, right? I choose you for, okay? And then you want to try and spray them as fast as possible. So Azina just started streaming. You should go check him out, guys. He's playing. He'll tell you what he plays right now. But yeah. You want to find your targets, and the reason why it's on headshot mode is not, your job is not to kill the bots, even though that's the point of this exercise. The reason why there's bots here and that you aim for them is just so you have a visual stimulus of when you hit your shot, right? When you do a good job, you hit your shot. So, hit your shot. So a perfect thing here is that you kill 4 bots, 4 bullets. Nobody can do that, but, so you want to just spray them down, right? Same here. Oh my god. And the point here is that you don't want to spray at a wall because you can look at the bullet mark. So I could do this and then not hit the bot because I'm rusty. So it's about controlling. It's really fucking loud, isn't it? So it's about not only controlling the spray, but also being aware of where in the spray transfer you are. So you can just, oh my god. So you can just do this and then continue the spray. That's after more than 30 bullets. So you want to just practice this. So you know where in the spray you're at. Oh my god, I'm rusty. What you also can do is that if you want to practice flicking, I'm just going to put flicking in there because it's really fast, is that just flicking like this, you're not going to practice much. Because you decide when the shot comes, you don't need to be accurate. But the second shot on the AK is almost as accurate as the first. So, you can do, probably all of you have seen Stewie do this, right? Whoops. So you want to do a 2-burst spray and get them, right? So that's basically the 2 things you can also do 3. That's I rarely do 3, but yeah. That's the 2 practices that I do for spraying and tapping. Let me see. And it works. It really does work. If you want to see what it looks like when it works, I'll show you. Now I can plug my YouTube, you know? I actually have something that's that is useful, my friend. Created playlists, CS:GO highlight clips. So this is a reason 1 if someone wants to watch. There's some clips too, but I'm too lazy to look at them now. That's an old clip though, but that was in the beginning when I started doing this. That's the one that's the most useful. Any clips that I do now is not really useful because I'm not really practicing anymore. flexing weird champ. I've done better things, but it's good. You can see the control in the clip. Mr. Kaiser. Alright, so this is what people call a high elo demo, so see what we can. About that. You've been in a slump. 2,500, I think? Yeah, 2.5. You've been in a slump. Let's see if we can find out why. So just a straight B rush. So, where's the flashes though? This is good. You're just fighting this. This guy is just baiting everyone. You're peeking a lot though for it being after plant. Honestly, at this point, so the issue for you here is that they 100% know that you're there. They have USBSs and they can fight you long range. So you have a guy on site, right? Which should preferably be looking at bridge. You have a guy short, which should be looking at water, right? And if they don't do their jobs, that means that they die if someone pushes bridge or water. So what you can do is, instead of you peeking, taking the 1v1s, dying, being untradeable without them wide peeking out nowhere, you sit by a pillar, you wait for them to either die or start fighting someone to get information that he's water or bridge, right? And then you peek, and then you fight them with your teammate. So if both of them are bridge, for instance, and the guy on site starts fighting or dies, you peek bridge, your teammate from short comes and peek bridge, and you fight 3 versus 2 gunfight instead of you solo peeking USBSs at long range. On top of that, you're playing after plant, which means that if the CTs takes a long time to push, it's a win-win. If they push fast, you might catch them out in the open without being playing together or pushing together or being in sync with each other, so you can get an easy frag, right? So maybe he misses the first shot on your teammate, you can just peek out, kill him, and then you're in the 3v1 instead of you peeking and dying. This is just an eco, 5v... Are they going to group up? 5v5, 5v3? So just slowing down, this is fine. Waiting for utility. This is good. Just peek car with your friend, please. Peek car with your friend, please. Doesn't matter, you got the frag, ground's over. But yeah, he pushed with his teammate, which is fine. You saw him slow down because he saw on long. Either they called or they slowed down. He expected them either to throw utility or to push up long. He saw that, waited for it to happen. Utility comes out, they're starting to push long, and they all push together on the site. That can't do anything more than that. Exactly, was well played. The slump, so I used to be in a slump as well sometimes, and out of nowhere I got in a slump. I just want to say this because, and what I found out is that the reason why I was in a slump is because I turned lazy. When I was in a firefight, I started moving. I started committing more. I was holding shift to just commit to the fight all the time. I was too lazy to move around and play the corner and play the waiting game. I was just fighting constantly. So that was why I was in the slump, because then you die more often, right? Shift to sprint. Yeah. So yeah. You get the trade there, or not the trade, but you get the information and you just push. That's a really, really unlucky peek. But you don't have to peek, but everyone would. Just playing safe here. If you lose this, yeah, don't. You can see that this is higher elo. Yeah, it's kind of obvious. Yeah, and you get information, you wait for the peek, you peek with them. It's good, holding behind. Teammates waiting for the smoke. You could have held behind a little bit longer. Because the smokes were up. They're not gonna push, and if they push through smokes, your teammates should be able to hold it. Just a tiny little thing. Flash is fine. Should be aware of long here. Far and long. Are you aware of long? No, you're not. Teammate was though. I'm just trying to think if this is your fault. The door was open, you'd agree. I mean, he was gonna throw a smoke, so yeah, maybe going off faster is fine, because he knows his utility. His utility can help. So, for people that's watching, I don't know if you realize, but this is the first time he smoked compared to just pushing up. And the reason why is the Molotov that they threw in ramp. That means that he's playing safer in connector because he expects aggression takes map control. So either they have to fight for it or they have to let him have it. And if they're gonna let them have it, it means that they're far away from B, so they need to push B. So he's playing safe in connector to be able to get that information. Unfortunate that he creates a one-way smoke and loses it, but it'll play deep con. I didn't see what your teammates were doing. But it's scary to play deep con when your enemy are pushing up. It's scary to play deep con when your teammates are pushing up B and short, and your the enemy is pushing A. So going close is not that bad because they need to have at least one or two pushing ramp or pushing T ramp, right? So you kind of, yeah. Pushing it isn't that bad because then you're ready to help your teammates too. Instead of just being completely safe yourself. See, there's toxic people in level 10 too. So this, I feel like, if you had some good support utility, you could have helped out your teammate a lot more. Because your teammates just die here, but that's hard to know without actually knowing your teammates. That they would need that. But I kind of feel like you were playing too defensive here in overall. That you just, teammate just died and there was no impact to be had there. And people feel like they can do some impact, so you probably should have gone with them. Stayed closer. I'm not sure. I didn't look at it. These are fast reviews, guys, so there will be mistakes. I'm not going to too detailed. I'm not going to check for every mistake and stuff. Wow, you actually ended up getting the kill. Did not expect you to get that frag. I expected you to lose that frag, and then I was gonna go back and see if you could actually hear him. Just clearing out. You're kinda... You're depending on your teammates to be able to do everything by themselves? Like here, for instance, it's like, I understand that that's what you have to do and you can't be everywhere at once, but you kinda... Guess I'm just used to people having to play carry. Because you're not playing a carry role right here. Because you're playing fine, right? Like, there's no major mistakes, you're playing safe, you're having consistent frags, you're making stuff happen that you shouldn't, which is all great. But if your teammates were shit, to the point where they have no impact, you have no impact either, so you'll end up losing. If that makes sense. Like, you're playing a good and consistent game, but you're not really taking any... Yeah. This is where the difference between proper CSGO and solo pugs comes into play, right? Because you're at the edge where either you have to play properly for the team, or you have to play more of a carry role to win. There's... The in-between is gone now. You are in between right now. So if I were going to tell you to improve, I would have to ask you, like, what do you want from this game? Do you want to go pro? Do you want to play to improve for a team? Or do you just want a YOLO solo queue with friends? Right? Do you want to win tournaments? What do you want to do? Because, like the part in Connector, right? Going up, throwing utility for a team, that's great and all, but yeah. If pro is the dream, then this review is pointless, right? Solo queue or with friends, it's the same thing. Because if you want to go pro, you need to play in a team, or you need to have immense skill so you can get to FPL or whatever, right? And to get that, you need to have a really good aim and really good game sense, and that really... That is just so much practice that you need to do that there's not really... You need to get as good as you can, which is getting level 10. It's not, but just to have something to say. And then you just need to put in the time to get into FPLC, and then put in the time to get into FPL. Exactly, Azina. So that's not a position you play to carry games, right? You'll never get to FPL by playing that way, right? Exactly, Azina. But he's relying on others. So then the question becomes, what's the path you want to take to become pro, right? You want to go through the team part, or do you want to go through the FPL route, right? Got kicked because I'm bad. I can understand why you got kicked from FPLC. Because of what we just said. That in FPLC, they're not looking for a main support. Because all they see is that you get no frags because you always get set into... Either your team does all the work, and you just do your job, which is good enough for team play. Or you're left in a 1vx because your teammates couldn't do the job. And regardless, you look like... You are the issue, right? Like right here. Like, this feels like what's happening? Like, if you just look at radar. Like, it's 123 left, and you're gonna forced to be pushed on site because of your teammate on long. You're gonna get caught out in the open versus pistols. You're like, no, you get forced to this because of your long guy. So I understand what you're doing, but and you have an SMG, so you should be here, not right here, but you should be in this area to help out your teammate that is overextending, right? But like, this is the issue with pugs, right? Because you are in this game, but your play style is not suited for pugs. You need to, like, at least duo queue with a good entry or someone that can have impact, because your play doesn't have any impact on T side. So I would work with getting down some impact plays on T side. Try and get away from that safe play and try and change your playstyle a bit if you want to go the face it route. If you want to go the team play route and play in teams, you just need to send another demo with a team that you have been screaming and practicing with. But yeah, so I'm gonna go for the face it route here because that's the demo I have. That's an unfortunate flash. I don't know if you peeked before and you got flashed or after. So you should know on radar where your teammates are at. That you should know there's someone water. You should just try and stay alive, and that's what you're doing. They just run you down. That's the issue with not having anyone in heaven. Because they're just gonna run you down. Then you should rotate. You should rotate. Delayed rotation. Because of you just having a pistol and going back because your teammate died. And then you just get run over. Not much you can do there. And again, you're setting yourself up to a supportive role. Right? It's fine if you know how to have enough impact if your teammate can't do it. So you need to sort of try and support, but being able to, you need to do everything, support and kind of trade. So this is your time to shine. Like, these are the situations you need to be good at. Because you support on site to help out your teammate to hold the site, right? But as a rotator, these are the situations that you need to do correctly, because you're the first one rotating in. So what should you do? Should you keep map control? Should you keep site present? Should you just hold so they can't push somewhere, or like? And that depends on your fragging capability mostly. But you got the bomb down. You got a teammate on the right. Your teammate is overextending here, but he gets the frag, right? So you're doing the right thing holding the bomb. You're kind of doing the in-between thing, but yeah, it's difficult as a support. You get a lot of unnecessary shit. Then you rotate up. So this is great and all, but as you can see, your teammates are over-rotating because they're frag hungry, because it's pugging. You fall back, it's good. So far, it's just, you play your role well. It's just a role that's not suited for carrying or winning games in pugs, unless you have that rotation into the sites in gameplay down properly. But I think that you will have the most fun finding a team. How much team play, how much team experience do you have? I like looking at this. It's so safe and supportive. Yeah. Well, at least the Cena was right. Did you enjoy it? Yeah. Yeah, I think that's the path. Pugs, there's not. You shouldn't change your playstyle if team games is your thing. Yeah. Then that's the route you should stick with, because in pugs, like the only the only thing that I can think of is the way you rotate into sight. To understand that more. And then just get insanely good aim, so you like never miss. Get that pro level aim, and then use the rotation into sights, because your support is on point. Your support is on point for a pug. So that rotation into the sights when the enemy takes the sight you're not on, maybe, and then just have that down. I think that is what you can improve on, and not even improve on because you're doing it fine, but get that insanely good at without ruining you as a player, and still being impactful in pugs. So that's basically all I'm gonna look at. You just get sold by your teammate, but your teammate wins it, so fine. What just happened? Oh my god, I hate this. So really unlucky timing. So, since you are a safe support and since you know what you're doing, in my opinion, you should have fell back, throw the nade, and then peek as the nade blew up. So you can wide peek the smoke and make sure there's nobody there. Yeah, exactly, Xena, but if that's the safer way of doing it, or just be ready for it, because you just fell asleep, it almost seemed like. Because there was no reaction that there was someone there, you just died. Yeah, exactly, Xena. But not everyone can throw a grenade and a Molotov every round. You can't do that in a pug. Yeah. Yeah, you probably were looking at radar or something. Another eco? No, the force. That's unfortunate. So, chat, there's a difference between what he is doing and meme wallbangs. Just need to say that. Like the op wallbangs on train is completely different than these wallbangs here. Completely different setting and completely different everything. Yeah. Your rotations onto the site. I think you'll get a lot out of finding a good support player that plays the roles that you like. Especially this overpass, as this is like important to you to play this role and you want to improve at it. Find a pro player that does the same. And look at that. You as a player would learn a lot and see and get a lot of aha experiences. So like, oh, okay, so this is the route he's taking, or this is the, yeah, or Sipnix, yeah, right. So just see how does he, when does he rotate, why, how, where's his teammates compared to how he rotates in, where does he, what is he afraid of, like, yeah, and then just get aim, just get practice aim. I think that's what you can, because that will help you in the team experience as well. Yeah. But I think I'm going to do more of these streams. These streams are fun. Oh, a Xena. Is it a pug or what? Well, I guess I'll see that. Oh, you played with these guys. You're welcome, Kaiser. You're welcome. Hope you learned something. Time to be cruel. We'll see. Are you my friend? I should do these more often. Yeah, maybe. Your problem is, I don't know. So what's your name? Okay. Londor. Wisdom toxicity in chat? COD Global Offensive? Eh. Nah. Nothing to do with COD. That worked? I mean... Works 10 out of 10 times. Not versus me, man. Well, you might kill me long range in banana, but I don't push mid. Depends on the mood, but... Yeah, you planted the bomb and you died because your teammates didn't take map control. I mean... Another supportive player. Nice. And you're baiting. Baiter. You want to throw that Molotov earlier? I have a good lineup. He pushes apps? Lol. After plant. Azina! After plant! No, dude. The plant was not that great. Alright, I need a drink. It's empty. You actually have bananas still. Good timing on that push, though. I don't like this, though. I don't like this peak with 11 HP. With all this wood. At least it didn't die this round. Yeah, from the bomb, I mean. Uh-oh. How did the Swedish guy die? Ah, wrecked. Got destroyed this round by this eco. Holy crap. What's gonna happen? I'm just gonna get destroyed one by one. Ah. Funny. Funny because I know most of these players. Nice support, by the way. So here you see the difference. Alright? I don't know if you're still here, Kaiser, but you see Asina, he throws his utility, and he's ready to trade. Immediately. And he gets the trade. Unfortunately, he doesn't get the other frag, but then the trade comes in again. Right? That's the kind of support you need to play if you want to have impact. Instead of just waiting and hoping your teammates get some frags on your grenades. Like... kind of annoying, but... uh-oh. I didn't know you were becoming a pug player, Xena. Nice. What is this path? Are you looking for the bomb? This is such a messy round. I don't even know what's happening. Improvise, adapt, overcome. Yeah, true. True. Taking out the op again, huh? Getting blocked. Oh, they're cocky. I can smell the cockiness just... Oh, sit down. Sit down. Nice B up though. And then you put down the op again, yeah. That was your comeback. You should have had that frag though, honestly. Probably were talking in TeamSpeak or something. I feel like there's lack of concentration. You're doing what you always do with your utility and your pushes, and then you're just not that concentrated. Nice frags though. Nice map control. But I mean, you won that round, had some nice frags, but I feel like it's very round dependent how how concentrated you are each round, right? So if you go and hold a lot of angles and nothing happens, you kind of just doze off. Yeah, exactly, Azina. Exactly. Oh, I mean, I could see that happen. But yeah, this is just for fun at this point. Londor is coming back, right? He didn't dodge. Yeah, he's back. Landor is a Norwegian streamer, for those that don't know. Just have to hit your shots. That's it. Not gonna watch another one of those rounds. What a Molotov. Next level Molly? Yeah, definitely. You'll start using it? Yep. Rip. Bad flash, if there was a flash. There's the flash. Nice. But yeah, you're just pushing or holding, and all you gotta do is hit your shots. Next. We're gonna do something now. Was there like a that we're gonna show something? I'll review anyone. I'll review the first one that links. First link I get, I'll review, regardless of skill. Regardless of skill, my friend. Rude. But there's nothing to tell you. Doesn't matter. Review Sin's Dogo playing CS. The thing is that with Sin and Deadeye and Xena, you guys that had a bunch of reviews before, I need to do better reviews. These fast ones, like you already know the stuff most of the time. But that's kind of the thing. Yeah, it's fine. You know, most of you have been here for a long time, and it's just the 10-minute review is not gonna do much, which is why I didn't review Smiley. You know, just I'm not gonna look at him do 3 aces in a game. Just no point. You guys know what you need. But yeah, I'm gonna go have a drink. I'm dying. Checking the entry point. Alright, Sin. What's your name? Yeah, it doesn't matter. There's nothing, like, the only one that can get me banned is me. Like, oh, you're Waller. Oh, okay, I thought you were like, oh, I'm a cheater, by the way. Because I got so many frags, kind of. Yeah. But yeah, there's only, I am the only one that can get me banned. But yeah, as I said earlier with the guy that was kind of new, is objective. You want to die on top of the bomb, or you want to die on the bomb side where the bomb is supposed to go, right? Like, that's where you want to do your fighting, when it's like lower level. So, right? You can't plant the bomb here. You shouldn't die here. That's the mentality that you need to have. So you want to die on top of the bomb, basically. And then you want to play around that. So you want to be able to see bomb where you die. Nice. At least you understand the map layout so far. Your aim was a little bit off, but that could be a sensitivity issue, that can be warm-up issue, it can be just lack of practice, lack of experience. Let's just see. It could be sensitivity or something. But you have the same issue as the guy with 200 hours, or how many he had. Like, there's no... When you move your mouse, it's like, it's just... You're not there. You don't seem connected with your mouse. Like, you're just moving it somewhere to get to where you're going. You're like grandpa driving a car compared to you want to be a young guy in a race car, right? But you're just like grandpa with big steering wheel, you know, just going around. You want to be a small, nimble race car, just going fast to where you need to go, right? If that makes sense, right? Like, you should be aiming out, like, and your positioning, you just, there's just no, yeah. You're running like 1200 EDPI. Not too bad. But I got that mentality where I can see you used to play COD. Nah, just a meme. But deathmatch, like, I'm at a very, very low sensitivity, so but 1200 EDPI, it's fine. Like 1000 is average, and then you're a little bit above average. That's what I would say. But I'm the firm believer of lower sensitivity, the easier it is to kill someone. Unless they're behind you, but how often is someone behind you, right? So dying there is not that bad because you are on top of bomb. Like, easy way to explain it. And kind of understand. That's a nice shot with the deagle, but I see you're holding behind a lot. Like, you're always scared of someone pushing from behind. Like, if you run forwards and someone runs behind you, he's not gonna catch up to you, right? So if you look behind you, look T-spawn, and then you just run the other way, they're never gonna catch up to you, right? You have to sort of have that mentality. As long as you are pushing forward fairly fast, it's going to take them even longer to come up behind you. So the second you start having to worry about someone being behind, you kind of, things have gotten taking a little bit too long. You should have already been starting to push forward. But yeah, again, easiest way to improve, just deathmatch. Just get used to the whole shooting and actually getting kills, you know? This is great. You're playing Afterplant, you're not overextending. That's a great round. That probably means warm up. But it's not killing someone. That's not what I'm looking at. I'm looking at the way you kill someone. Right? Right? Look here. Your crosshair should be next to the left there, because that's where you know where someone is. Right? You're over peeking this. Right? This is what I'm looking at. I don't care if you get the kill or not. Like, this right here is what's important. Right? And then how long it takes for you to realize. Right? There you realize. And the next thing that's important is, how accurate are you right now? Does your crosshair go straight to his chest? which is fine because it's straight to his head, which is not that good because it's in the smoke. So it's a lower chance of actually getting the headshot, so chest is better at this point. Right? See? You went way too low and way too far to the right, but it's fine. It's not perfect, but it's fine. But the peak was the mistake. Your crosser was far away from him from the beginning, right? This is just you planting when there's no control over the map. But that's why I say deathmatch is more is what you need, because you need to be ready for someone to be there, so you're like following the edge instead of just yeah, too fast on the plant. There's no rush to plant, really. It's not in that situation. Sometimes there is. And with a pistol, you want to go close, especially against auto snipers. Your pre-aim is really off. I can show you. See him. And your eyes are off. Turn on your eyes, dude. But yeah, your pre-aim is really off. You need to you need to think where are you gonna aim next, right? Like here. When you walk up here, you want to aim at the bottom of the staircase to the left, or top of the staircase to the left, right? And you're not even close, right? No. And these things are what you learn in deathmatch, right? That your crosshair needs to be as close to where the action is going to happen. You thought your pre-aim was decent? Let me go on CT. If you remind me, I can show you. Nah, it's not. Your crosshair is still in the middle of the screen. Like 4-3, the only difference is that you don't see this here. Right? Your screen is ending here. That's the only difference. Crosshair is the same spot. Let me just see some fast here, if there's the same or if there's anything else. But yeah, deathmatch on the maps that you play, so you get used to the pre-aim. Deathmatch to get used to movement and just killing people. Oh my god. You're just... Let's say. That is what you need the most. It's that, and obviously there's the positioning and the understanding of the game more, but mostly just being confident with being confronted with an enemy you didn't expect to be there. So always, like, be better at expecting things that weren't what you didn't expect unexpected, I guess. And just learn cover too. How cover can be your friend and not just be stuck out in the open. But yeah, okay. So let me just show you fast. Mirage. how you can practice pre-aim, or just check if your pre-aim is good. Alright? And you will see how bad mine is. Alright, so pre-aim. I want to aim at the corner the second the opening shows here. I want to aim. And if you want to not cheat yourself, right? Where you want to not be like, oh no, I didn't, blah blah blah. You just shoot, right? So, right? Then you see how good it is. So I should have, I could have been better. I could have been here, right? But it's still not that bad. The next corner, right? On top of the pot here, right? Next is at the peak if they stand by the, if they stand by a bench, right? Next is left side of under stairs, right? I should have aimed here, but works fine because I'm bad. And then it's top side of stairs, right? Top side of in the corner. Then in this corner, that's easy, right? Next is here again. Next to triple. CT. Next CT box, headshot, right? Default, right? Just practice like that. Then you not even practice, just to see if it's good enough and if you're happy with it, right? Because it's not about always being perfect, but so you at least have some sort of idea when you go through the map that your aim is where it should be, right? Then you can see if it's actually good or not, or at least as good as you want it to be. Is there anyone else? Thanks a lot for the follow, Countless. Appreciate it. Is there anyone else that wants a demo? We've been doing demos for 3.5 hours. Holy crap. More patiently. No, just play deathmatch so you get used to actually understanding. Like, when you push somewhere and he's not standing in the deep inside the corner, you can just link it here. I'm not gonna go on Reddit and look through it because there might be a lot of people posting there. So I just need it here, or you can just PM me on Twitch. Better than playing solo queue. I don't know what that means. What do you mean by it? Oh, deathmatch is better than solo queue. Yeah, but you need to be concentrated when you play deathmatch, right? What's your name here? Zyron. Oh, your name is Zyron. Okay. Welcome back, Sin. This guy played against you. 4 level 10s and a level 1. Alright, let's see. Let's click. Let's go. Let me just. Yeah, there's 5 people commenting on Reddit. I'll check it later. I'm busy. Busy boy. No. What were your name again? So you're playing against. So this is the issue here, or the good thing. So you're playing against 4 level 10s, which is you're level 5, 6, or 7 or something. At least you're not level 10. So either you're gonna get really frustrated and stop trying, or you will try hard and do your best to win this game. That, like, those are your options here. And I really hope you really went try hard here. Because then there's a lot of things I can help you with in this demo. Yeah. Start CT. This is fine, just holding Gary with Palace, but you peek this a little bit early. Short guy should have been short guy should have peeked with you, but you read the situation right. You whiffed some shots though. That's unfortunate. Feel like you needed to be more aggressive there. So it's obvious, but when the bomb is being if there's 4 people left, right, and someone's planting the bomb, that means that there's only 3, right? Because one is planting the bomb, and that's when you need to fight. You don't want him to plant the bomb and then you fight, because then you fight against 4 again, right? Especially when you're just 2 players. So you need to be more aggressive. That's a nice shot though. And your teammate, he just sells you there. You did as much as you could. Probably could have waited a little bit for your teammate to see if he actually did something, but you did more than should be expected. This is good. You're not completely over-rotating. This you should have gone back. The second they die, you should have gone back for information. It's not the end of the world that you didn't do it, but that 2 terrorists dies and no CTs dies, you see that in your kill feed. And the second that happens, just go back. That means that you're especially not needed on B that fast. When you're up that when you have that advantage immediately, that means that you're not needed that fast on B, so you can just make sure they don't get A, or at least make sure that you I saw that flash from Saibu too. Just make sure that you get some information earlier, but it's nitpicking, it's fine. Wow, this guy getting the kills on B. I feel like you should be more aggressive here because of the mid presence. But it's safe. As long as you're safer than you're like more safe than you are committing to stupid things, it's fine. The enemy team seems already a little bit frustrated, to be honest. Like, there's no... I don't know if you were here when we watched Xena's demo, but I told him that he's become a lot better at pugging, and he said that he adapted. And I don't see much adaptation from you. Maybe this round, but until this round at least. You sort of just did the same regardless of the information that you had, regardless of the information that your enemy gave you or teammates should have had. Like, you're just doing the same thing, even if it works or not, or if it gets you information or not, if it makes you win or not, and that's an overpeak. Solo overpeak. Like, this is the first adaptation you have, right? I don't know if it's lack of information, but this round they obviously just called, oh my god, there's so much B, blah blah blah. It's not about Puggy, though. Because when you have done this 7 rounds in a row, and 5 of them nothing happened. One of them, someone picked you, and one of them you just pushed because they were fully rushing B. Right? Try something else. Maybe peek it a little bit wider so you get information sooner. Maybe just leave connector and push short with Granule Key. Maybe go aggressive mid. Maybe help the guy on A to go aggressive ramp. Like, not just do the same thing over and over and over again, regardless of what's happening, right? Because if you go triple and you flash this guy in ramp instead, or if you just walk ramp together and just tell your team, hey, your premates, you can just tell your team that I'm going to leave connected this round. Can you play more defensive in window and play deep on B and just leave them mid and we'll go aggressive somewhere else? Or maybe you can help them go aggressive on B because they're never underground anyways. Like, instead of just doing the same over and over again, it gives the terrorists a lot of breathing room and gives the terrorists a lot of confidence to do whatever they want because they know exactly what's going to happen. They know nobody's going to push on the ground. They know nobody's going to push mid because everyone is doing the same thing every round anyways. I understand that you're winning, so it's fine doing the same, but I'm getting the feeling that even if you weren't winning, you would kind of do the same, but just a little bit different, you know? So just keep the enemy on toes and just force them to be able to use utility early, because they would never know what you're about to do. Even if you're winning, just a little bit of a difference is enough. Just flash peek mid or anything. That is just a scary angle with no utility to help you out. I'm guessing you're gonna go back to the same because, well, you lost. So, yeah. Yep. We lost a round, boys. Let's go back to what worked. And the terrorist knows the same, right? The terrorist is like, yeah, well, they tried something else and it didn't work. They're probably gonna sit a guy in connector now. So, yeah. I'm done milking that point. But this is good impact from you. Good map control on A. Too bad your teammate left B, but maybe you called for him. I don't know. It's strange that the Opera doesn't peek this, but... So, winning condition. The winning condition is you need to kill the enemy and plant the bomb. No, defuse the bomb. How do you find the enemy? Right? Because you can find the bomb. You know where the bomb is. The bomb is on site. It doesn't move. So next, where's the enemy? Because you need to kill them. Either they will peek you, like stupid people, or you will have to force them out. How do you force them out? You tap the bomb. So what's the rule number one? You need to go and tap the bomb, right? I know you tried and it was hard and stuff. I just need to get that point across about the winning condition is you need to kill the enemy and defuse the bomb. You need 10 seconds to defuse the bomb, or 5 depending on the kit. I know it's less than 5, but yeah, exactly. Just, you can do the same in 1,000 different ways that will just keep presence other places on the map. But here you're doing it, right? Pull back. The one pick is enough. Especially in a stack where you're playing, one pick is enough. If you have to carry play or pug play what you just did that you don't want to do, then that is fine. But yeah. So the enemy, and just one more point, the enemy knows that you're doing this, so they will have respect for this smoke every round. So you throwing the smoke is exactly like you're standing here. You don't even have to play it. But yeah. Unlucky. Then you're just going for map control. No utility. They need to start pushing mid, and that's what they're doing. Good round. Good communication by you, I think. I think you said the short guy. It's gonna do the same. Safe approach. Almost got up. I don't know if your teammates is doing this on purpose or not, but that they wait for you to peek and you play off each other. If you do it on purpose, that's really good. That's really, really good. You guys do that on purpose. Alright, so you have mid control. You probably had someone ramp or something, I don't know. But you guys realize that, oh shit, we have nobody B. Right? Oh shit, what if they pushed B? We're gonna get fucked or whatever, right? But you need to realize that if someone pushed B, that's a big commitment for them. That means that if you go A and they push B, the rotation is super effing long. So you realizing that is enough. That means that you can just get connected control, peek under. Okay, it's clear. That means that he didn't push under yet, at least. If he pushes here, that's going to take him like 30 seconds. That just means that you just have to peek top mid, like see number 2, that he peeks that once every 30 seconds. Probably not 30 seconds, but once every 10 seconds is fine. And then you can keep working mid, instead of you committing this much time into clearing it. And even if he's here, he might kill you. So you're not only wasting time, but you're giving the CTs an opportunity to get a kill on you, which means that their push worked. Right? So if you get a free kill on A, push A, that means that his push didn't work. If he pushes behind, you peek him and kill him, that means that his push didn't work. If he goes under, you peek him and kill him, that means that his push didn't work. You pushing here, it gains you nothing other than the map control. So you kind of need to go B off this information, because you wasted so much time here, and they could be anywhere else on the map. You guys realizing that he could have done it, that's enough just so you can keep tags on it so he can't come in behind you. Maybe you just push up short. You don't need fast either. You just need to realize that he could have pushed behind, so you just look behind you every once in a while. This is fine. You should not peek anymore. Just wait for number 3, and that's what you're doing. 1, you just wait. You throw a flash, that's great. Really well played by you. Really well played. So you use that, what I just said, right? You just use that map control to your advantage. You spent so much time getting it, so you actually used it for something. And you pulled the you pulled the rotation to B, and it opened up room for your teammate to flank around. So that's really good. That's really, really good. At least it didn't end up going A anyways, right? But if you realized it and realized it was a mistake, and then oh my god, that's unlucky, and then did it, that would be awesome, but I doubt it. Good job. Unlucky. But yeah, game. Again, you're getting through it. That's really good. This is really good. Too bad your teammates can't win rounds, but you're kinda... So this is the same mistake that I've seen a couple of times today. So good players, or players that are better than their teammates, like, they're playing safe and doing correct things, but they're letting their teammates do what they need to do, or they're hoping that their teammates is going to do what they need to do. So you need to change up your playstyle, and you need to go with your teammates more. Flash for them, smoke for them, throw utility for them, trade them, push for them. Not just go on the other side of the map and let them do whatever they feel like. Yeah, but I mean, you're getting frags. You're getting like 2 and 3 frags, but your whole team is dead. That means that you need to go with your team. they're not good enough or not get enough impact to be able to go by themselves. So maybe you're not the best player there and can do the impact, but at least you get another body there. So I'm not saying that you're the best player here, but the kills you're getting are worthless. So there's no point in getting them. He's mad. But yeah, that's probably what I'd say. Just because you're getting the frags doesn't mean that it's useful. And now you're going with your team, and you see how much different it is, right? You won the first round, and of course you lose the next, but at least you're going with your team instead of going off by yourself. You're giving your team a greater chance of winning, because you never get to the point in the round where you can be useful in the position that you're playing. But yeah, well played. I feel like I feel like you need to widen your you need to widen your playbook, right? You need to have more plays that you can do other than what's up, Black, other than just I'm gonna play connector and that's all I know kind of thing. You need to know how to play around with connector and how to help your teammates get in a winnable position, because right now you just kind of countered the enemy team and won that way. Which face-it level would you put me? There's no way of answering that. But I feel like you played consistently, so it's I feel like you play consistently, but it all depends on, like, your skill level all depends on who you're playing against, right? And if those 4 level 10s didn't care and just held W and were laughing and smoking weed and drinking and partying, and, like, you don't know what happened on the other side of their computers. And that matters a lot on your skill level, right? So stats and levels and all that doesn't matter, because it all depends. There's so many things in this variable of skill that comes into play other than you and what you do. All you can do is just the best in that situation, and that's all I can look at. It is how you think and how you can perform in a certain situation. That's why when you go try out for a team, that they don't look at your demo from matchmaking in Gold Nova, right? They're going to look at how you play with their team versus their opponents, because they will see how you can how you play with them and how you compare to them. So there's no number or no elo that really matters. That's why stats don't matter and rank doesn't matter, because it doesn't show a lot of skill. It just shows some general pinpoint. You know? What's up, Marshall? Thanks a lot for the follow, man. I'll do the first link that comes up. So yeah, when people ask what rank, sure, you can see some your speed. What's up, Black? Just link, dude. Just link after I ask for a link. Do him. Well, then link one, like, if you have one right now, ready, sure. But if not, I'm gonna do Sin. I don't want to sit and wait. I guess he didn't have one. Artex don't wait for nobody. Nope. Well, that's public. Wow. Wow, the misclicks are real. A lot of things. Desktop. Yes, troll man. Yeah, boy. But yeah, I feel like my voice is starting to fail. Where do you get the link from? Nah, it's fine. It's not. Doesn't matter to me. Demo review is a demo review. Depends. If you want from matchmaking, you need to like get the link from there. I'm not sure how you do it. I don't remember. Where does my CS:GO experience come from? Playing a lot, trying to improve myself in a team environment and just self-improvement. And found out the way I can help others with it. Oh, it's knife round. You like your picture? Yeah, it's amazing. Mr. Cool Guy himself. You just have to hit your shots there. Maybe even rotating faster. Oh yeah, isn't. Utility would be nice here. Just go tap the bomb. Oh, never mind. Well, clear it and then tap the bomb, of course. Yeah, like that. Next time when I ask for a link. I'm gonna do Sinfest. Your utility is fine. Your teammates are dead. And that's a shitty ass peak. You should be ready for that. That's something you should be ready for. Nice shot. No way you get out of there alive. Good nade. So I don't know if you are here still. The guy I watched on Train that used all his utility and died. I don't know if you guys remember that, but he was in this exact position and he had a lot of utility. He just threw utility. And what did I tell him? I told him just smoke up green and then peek sandwich and then you peek red, right? And that's exactly what you're doing here, son, right? You just smoked off green in a horrible way. You peek sandwich, and then I told him, then you flash out, and then you can peek somewhere else. And it's exactly what you did. You did exactly what you were supposed to. Like, you can go back in the VOD and find the Train game, and that's exactly what I told him that he should do. And that's what you did. I'm actually impressed. That's really unlucky though. Nice shot. This city was all off, lol. Good job, good rounds. You're actually getting better at playing Ivy. I'm impressed. And you're just giving up sight. Perfect. Disposition. You're just waiting for your teammate, getting information. A little bit unlucky with that though, but up till that point where you got caught out in the open, it was fine, man. You probably flashed for your teammate, but Nightbot need love too, man. Good peaks, a little bit shaky on the aim, but a lot of QQing here though, man. Like, try and keep your gun out more. Ow. How does he get to play it? That's an early smoke. Just turn on normal here. AUG bad, by the way. Or you're bad with AUG. This push is fine. You're kind of leaving your teammate a bit, but these pre-fires are so funny. Yeah, you're just not comfortable with the AUG. Like, you're more comfortable with the Deagle than the AUG here. Like, the Deagle, you're like peeking perfectly and one taps them, and the AUG, you're like a clown. Yeah, so I was just about to say that you were playing too passively, that you can peek green with your team and help him, and the second I was thinking it, you did it. So you realized that you were playing too passive, that nothing was happening in Ivy. So what you could do, if you want to be a little bit more aggressive even, is that you can peek it, Deagle peek it while you move towards Ivy, and then just peek Ivy, clear it for like 5 seconds or whatever, so you can have more freedom in helping your teammate. But you realized that you were being passive, and you got more proactive. It's really good. You're learning fast, man. So Sin, he's a Supreme. He was silver 5 months ago, 6 months ago. His improvement is really, really impressive. Lag. Someone came in your room, your dog was barking, cat was stepping on the keyboard. But yeah, try and keep your gun out more. Try and be more concentrated on what to do next compared to pressing QQ and being ready for someone to suddenly jump out. Look at your utility, look at where people are, what you can be doing instead of QQing. Instead of doing that to waste your time or to use your time, just look at the radar, try and figure out what's going on instead of doing that. And keep your gun out. That was good. Alright, so I need to show you guys something that Sin just did. That is very, very important for many, many players, and that they lack doing, that they don't do. How can you keep your gun out when you got a sweet knife skin? You sell your knife skin. Alright, this is a very, very important thing. Let me just fast forward. This is not the round, is it? Hello? Heresy. Six, 7? You're really helpful, Sin. Holy shit, Sin. You're so helpful. What? Am I moving this? Alright, let me just explain it then. So, what happened was... I'm going forward, whatever. So what happened was that... the bomb was down in connector. Or in, not in connector, but in T-main. It was a CT&T main that died, and the terrorist had to pick up the bomb and go plant A. Instead of sitting here, holding main, and getting killed or peeked, he fell back into Pop Dog, let the terrorist run past him, and then he peeked him and killed him from behind. And what's important here is that he got the information, he understood how he can deal with this situation the most effectively, with the highest percentage of winning, right? If you can shoot someone close while they're running away from you, if you miss that, there's other issues than when you should peek. And that is very, very important. It's not about getting the nicest shot possible or getting the most skill shot possible. It's about consistency and winning rounds that you should win and always should win. And that's what it did, and that's what very few players knows how to do, is to get information that's being gathered, or gathering information, and use that information effectively to get to the point that you need to be at. Yeah. Oh! Test. It works, Lakia. It works. It's for bigger streams, man. For streamers that struggle to read normal messages, I think. I don't even know what it is. I haven't looked at it. But I've seen it in other streams. But yeah, Sin. You just need to play more solo. You're level 1 in Face It. You shouldn't be. Like, the issue here is that you just play with people, and you just need to play solo and get to the point. The other guy that had 51% win rate and 1600 games, he had been level 7 for 200 games. Yes, Sin is level 1. So yeah. Yeah, exactly, right? But Sin, you're playing really well here. We can do the next one. You just need to play more solo so you can get to a point where you actually struggle, that you actually get more consistent level to play against. Next link, please. When did this guy leave? Name Easy. I'm not gonna watch this. The 4v5. How long am I gonna stream? Maximum to 7:30, I guess, because I need to eat. My girlfriend comes home at 8, so I'm not gonna stream further than that. But I need to eat something. I don't care. It doesn't matter if you win or not. You need consistent games where you play the best you can. It's Sweden. I live in Norway. I'm Norwegian, so it's about consistent games. What am I eating today? I don't know. Probably bread or something. Yeah, food. Soon there will be cooking streams, Gizin. Soon there's cooking streams. Maybe I'll cook. Maybe I'll stream every time I cook. I'm not gonna do the game because it's about consistency, not having to adapt. Like, stats doesn't matter, wins doesn't matter, kills doesn't matter, elo, like, these things doesn't matter. It's about consistency, and how consistent do you get a 4v5 game? Right? You have to you can't play 2-1-2, you can't go 4 sight and 1 lurk. You can't do these things when you're just 4 people, which is what is consistent. It doesn't matter, AW. Yeah, I just don't want to just find another one. Like, I'm sorry, it's just a rule I have now. I watch so many games with just 4 players. It's just a waste of time, all of them. Because it just ruins the whole flow of the game. It's like someone is trolling for the first rounds. Like the whole economy, the whole, like there's no consistency there. Like, yeah, I don't want to explain it anymore. I can get another link. Just what I've gathered from doing hundreds of demos. Like, sorry, brother man. Let me. Download this fast. Need to extract the thing. Right. But if you find another one, like, you can have the next one since you were the first one to link last time. Like, I look for. Yeah, I can watch it later if you link it later. Like I watch. I watch for consistency. I watch for the bad habits you do every game. So one game is not really different from another. So I want the kind of games that you get most consistently to be able to help you more, not how you did versus this and that thing. Unless you're in a team and they were rushing B every round and you lost 16-0 and you want to understand how can we counter this B rush. Like, unless it's something like that, I'm not interested in one-off things. Wonder Child, what's your name? Am I blind? Yes, I'm blind. Your name is Wonder Child. Another train game. Just ask for a boost, man. I don't like this angle. It's good for op because you can get that one cheeky kill. Other than that, it's only good to hold if they go on top of the trains. You took a kind of high risk to just get up here for not really a high return. And this is, you're overextending your map control here. It would be better if you went around to Ivy so you can hold the bomb plant, or if you went to Pop Dogs you can hold the bomb plant. You don't get anything. You're so out in the open there, and you have a hard time falling back. So you want to get to better position for that situation. Like even green train is better. Because you don't want to give away 1v1s too easily. You want to be able to shoot a shot and fall back and stay safe. And you can't do that in that position. Not really. Even if it's a 4v1, you know, just... Yeah. I mean, you have an SMG, it's fine. Doesn't matter. Scary again. Be able to fall back after you miss, or even if you hit the shots, what if there's 2, right? I feel like you're kind of being aggressive here. You're kind of hunting kills. Let's say your positioning, just your general positioning of what am I gonna do if I get that oh fuck moment? Right? Where there's 5 people pushing you after they pop flash you. Like, what are you gonna do? Like here, if you get pop flashed and they come 5 people out pop dog, you can just step half a step to the left and you're safe. Right? Same here, right? Same here, if you see 5 people there. So that's why these positions are so are normal angles, because they're smart angles. That's why they become very commonly used. Good, just hold. Your enemy team is kind of shit. They're not playing properly. They are just YOLOing this. You actually won the round. I'm impressed. You're just opping, holding angles, peeking common angles. Not really. Like, it's kind of easy to know when you're making a mistake because you die. Like, with op, it's kind of easy because if you play an angle that there's 2 people peeking you and you die, you kind of don't want to play that angle. Unless for certain circumstances, of course, but in general, you don't want to. This is why it's really hard retaking, because then you play most of those angles. Unfortunate. Unfortunate that you missed that last one. But yeah, I don't want to look too much into opping. Another eco? Come on. And you're opping again? I mean, it is train. We decided that 4 ops is okay on train earlier, so... You mostly op? Well, it's very easy to see when there's something wrong. Shooting through smokes is rarely good, because it gives your enemy an opportunity to know exactly where you are and play around it. Play around the timing. How did you not expect that? And why do you go so aggressive? It like looks like you have like this Smurf mentality. Yeah, you're just playing really aggressive. I don't want to watch this CT side anymore. Yeah, I don't care to watch it, honestly. This Smurf mentality, there's no reason for me to watch it. Because all you have to do is just play more serious. Like, for me to be able to see anything. Because everything is just a bad decision. This is fine, though. I don't like crossing connector like that, because it's obvious there's gonna play someone, or there's a big chance someone's in connector, so... But you have your teammates close by, so it doesn't really matter. But... yeah. Like, this looks like how I'm playing lately, you know? How I'm, like, just holding W. And the only thing I can say is that don't hold W. Like, what kind of tip is that? What kind of help is that? You're kind of just overextending your map control, but that's what you get from just running. And this is normally what train games are, because people don't know how to play it properly. So it just turns out to who can shoot the hardest. There's no, like... Yeah, there's just... Like, don't hold W. Take it more serious, and be concentrated. and then you can send another demo in a game like that. Because this is just, you're just playing like a chicken with his head cut off, right? There's no trying, there's no... Yeah. That's all I can say. There's just so much, and it's obvious that you know better. So there's no point being like, oh yeah, you gotta do this, or you gotta do that, or blah blah blah. You see, come on. 4 seconds. Correct. Yep. There we go. Hey, Inferno. Had a lot of Train Inferno games and Mirage today, I think. Already revived you? What do you mean? Let me see. 7? No, 6, 8. What do you mean? Or already reviewed you? Yeah. I review. Yeah. I'm just stupid. That's unfortunate, and that's why you bait, boys. Like, it's obvious, right? But like, there's no point for me to say, hey, you gotta clear the side properly. Just everyone can see that. This is gonna be a faster review though, because it's free kind. Not really gonna do an hour review. You kind of need that kill though. At pit. This is weird. What the hell is this game? You're faking banana control kind of nice. Giving your teammates some time. The CT plays so weird. Like, your banana control is kind of safe. And it's fine. Let's see what happens when they're actually contesting it. I'm just getting Sinika. I just want to see how you get up there. When you play Inferno, you just like let Smiley ace. Works versus Stralis, tested. Yeah. So you realize that you can get banana kind of free, so you don't use all your utility same way, but which is good. That's unfortunate. Just have to be ready for those. Opping T side on Inferno is really tough to be effective. Because you have to be aggressive in 2v5. You can't just wait for them to peek you. You have to find kills. Triple up. You should win this round, honestly. If you guys just rush, you should win. You should just smoke that shit. Just go. Now the round is over, but... No smokes? That's no excuse. When you spend over $2,000, just get a smoke. Like, one teammate is enough to get a smoke. When you spend that much money. Because it's one Molotov and the round is over, you know, so... What are these CTs doing? They're baiting each other so hard. What? How? Clear your angles. That's like the 4th round that happened. And then bomb is down on A. Oh my god. This isn't train, bro. Yeah. I mean, T side just clear corners properly. Like, first time is fine. First time is fine, right? When it happened 3 more times, just make sure, like, it costs nothing. The only thing it costs is time, so that you could be fragging. Like, it's just frag hungriness. Just that you're being frag hungry. Oh! Okay. That's unlucky. Now we know why he gave this demo. Now this is the second demo. This rotation is good though, but the round is kind of over. Smoke criminal. Good job holding that smoke. Well played. Punishing them for that smoke. He came from apps. What a nade. What a spray. Lag. Need to cover so they can't go to pit, dude. Your teammate is doing it. Never mind. Why you bully? Not bullying. Just saying. It's... Then you shouldn't commit. If you're lagging, you shouldn't commit to the kill. Then fall back. Your movement keys still work. This is a weird game. Lag turns off your keyboard. But it works on your mouse? This is such a weird game. This is good. That's unfortunate. That's really unfortunate. But it was good bait that you baited him there. Nice. Yeah, this is a train wreck. Just no communication, no trust. Just everyone doing things solo. And you're just doing the best to play off your teammates' mistakes, and you do well. You do well. It's just you should know that banana is clear. There's been lots of nades banana every round when they went there, and now there was nothing. So you should take that as not like, oh my god, it's clear, let me just push it with my knife, but just one flash just to peek it, and then you just save so much utility. One molly close and one flash to peek. That's an early smoke. Not needed. Because you're in a 3v3, so you're at the disadvantage. So you want to keep that smoke. So you could have smoked and then rotated, for instance. Good play by your teammate, killing two. Lol. Easy round. That's good. Waiting for letting your opera do his thing. That's an early Molotov. You're using your utility too early. You need to work on what's the point of your utility. That's unnecessary. That's really unnecessary. Should lose you the round, to be honest. Somehow he still hits it. Wow. Yeah, over-aggressiveness. That's why you lost on T side too. You were too frag hungry. Like, even if you get frags, it's not worth losing the rounds over it. Because you lose so much economy by losing a round. Or losing guns unnecessarily. Just not worth. Yeah, it's more fun, but do you want to have fun or do you want to improve? You're just going to abuse the smoke again. Oh my god. He hangry. Yep. That's a misplay. Good clutch though, with your teammate. At least you understood that they were expecting you to push through the smoke. I mean, you probably should have still should have done it, but like, because it worked so many times. Using scroll or what? You using scroll for your grenades? Or number 4, or whatever. Like you have to scroll through your grenades. That's your teammate's fault. It'll come with you. Yeah, using number 4. I have one button for each grenade. Wow. He said I'm better than you. Alright, but yeah. Frag hungriness and then utility. Right? Because you abuse your enemy's utility so well, but you need to make sure that you can get your own utility abused, and you need to make sure it while you use it and timing of using it, right?